Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to the UKL Twitch channel. It is time for week 3 of the Four Nations Spring Split. We're on day 1. This is a lovely, sunny, tentatively warm Monday. It's an exciting time for everyone here in the UK. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by Rory B and W King on the desk here today. Rory, how are you feeling today? We're 3 weeks in. We're starting to get some clarity on things. How are you feeling?
Yeah. I mean, I'm feeling really good, especially because it really helps analysis having many games under the pocket now instead compared to the
Makes it
first 2 weeks or
actually
so.
possible. Yeah.
Yeah, actually possible. Well, we'll mention later, but Bulldog, yeah, sure, we have some stats about them, but it's feeling really good. Sun's shining, so the best thing to do is sit indoors and talk about League of Legends.
Absolutely correct, Amundo. W King, how about you? We're getting you on double duty today. How are you feeling coming into today with casting and desking ahead?
I mean, I had Thursday off, and I come in here and I get the double duty, so why not
There we
have
go.
extra fun? I mean, I missed a few content on Thursday. I did get it to watch Broad and Friends play, though, so that was a nice game to catch. But yeah, very excited to be back here.
We're just reaching out to you with compensation for nothing to do on Thursday. So we've given you 2 things to do today. That's how we can make it right. But let's take a look at the standings. Let's see where we're lying here after 4 game days. We'll see who's shaken to the top and the bottom once we get the standings graphic up onto the screen. And I have a couple of questions to go through with you guys as a little bit of a check-in now that we're at the start of week 3. Currently, in Quick, sole first place, 4-0. A bunch of 3-1s behind them. Couple of 2-2s, Belfast Storm and Symbol in the mid-pack right there. Gucci and Paragon and the Bandits all sitting on 1 win, and Bulldog Academy still searching for that first historic dub. Now, Rory, I'll come to you first. I'm going to ask for some predictions, some expectations for the end of the regular split, just to get a sense of where your head's at. Who do you think is actually going to finish first at the end of this regular split? Do you think Inquick are going to hold on, or do you think one of those challenges behind them are going to take it over?
Oh, it's a tricky question. I think Inkquick, at this current moment, are going to hold on because I don't think a lot of teams in this league have figured out really how to draft into them. Specifically, what you're letting through in ban phase, I don't think you could ever let Karina have her Neferi. I just think that's something
She
you
must be
have to.
stopped.
It's just you have to target ban it because we've seen how strong this team are in skirmishes, and Neferi right now is the perfect skirmish champ.
Yeah, pretty much. It seems like when those fights get messy, when they get long, when they get a little bit off the game plan, the Karina goes crazy. The Neferi
Yeah.
starts snapping up kills left, right, and center. It goes absolutely nuts. What about you, W King? Do you think anyone else could challenge Int Quick? Do you think Broad and Friends, Venom Crest, or previous champions? Who do you think could take it for them?
So if we follow the Div 2 script from before when Inquick was there,
Yeah.
they got like that very well split before, got into
Mhm.
playoffs, and the Fearless is what caught them off guard once these
Mm.
champions drop off. So I also believe they're gonna be very successful, but once Fearless comes up, it's these other teams that are gonna start showing up. Broad and Friends, Venom Crest, and Rise. I think they're gonna be like later succeeders in the whole Fearless side of things. Other teams as well could definitely climb up. Symbol have been looking shaky. I rated them a
Mhm.
lot higher, but looking at the
Yeah.
different roster changes, losing out on their mid laner might have hurt them a lot more than I expected. So we'll
Yeah.
have to see how these guys really bounce up because I'm sure they're not happy with this like middle ground 2-2 they're at right now.
Yeah, and kind of bouncing on from that, the top 4 is where the teams want to be, right? Because that's where you get double limb status in playoffs. Top 8 make playoffs, I believe. The bottom 2 are in relegation, but top 4 get that extra life to play through the winner side of the bracket. Now, currently, we do have that top 4 of Intquick, Venom Crest, Broad and Friends, and Rise Gaming. Rugby, do you think any of these other teams could snatch one of those spaces? Because you mentioned Symbol right behind them, Belfast Storm are right behind them. That was a team we were very excited about. Paragon, Good Chi, these are all teams that are trying to start that kind of rise back to success. The Bandits as well, a previous finalist, still hanging down there in 1 and 3. So do you think any of them could sneak into that top 4 W and challenge that current status?
I think I give a chance to the Bandits because they've had a rough start, but mostly because of who they've been up
Mm,
against. They've been up against some of the lot better teams at the start in their first few
yeah.
games, which maybe surprising they didn't succeed against. Not to say they have an easy rest of this split coming up, but they definitely have easier games, and that could give them an opportunity to just kind of build up like a win streak, get some momentum going,
Mhm.
and then bring that into playoffs with some extra energy.
Yeah, for sure. Now, I love that you mentioned the Bandits right now because let's bounce forward and talk about the match in front of us. We can talk about the Bandits and
Mhm.
Good Chi as our first matchup here. Both of them at 1 and 3. Let's look at the Bandits first. We'll get the roster up here just to remind everybody who we're talking about. Loopy, Lunkerford, JB, Ellendale, and Kenny retained the same 5 from last split, but have been struggling to get the wins on the board. They're still underperforming compared to expectations, I would say. But Rory, you've had some thoughts about the drafting status between them, and let's kind of open that up a little bit. Tell us what you think about the drafting.
Drafting's been a bit weird, and for any of you who've I've cast a few of the Bandits drafts so far, and they always do something a bit weird where they get 4 champions that work so well together. You see that this is pre-planned, and then they just throw in the wild card for no real reason. And I don't know if it's a bit cute or in their draft style or whatever. Like we're see on the most left-hand side one. We saw the Gwen picked up early, great. Then we saw the Xerath. We're instantly like, right, what the hell is going on here? And then we just see we're not really sure what we see with the rest of the draft, right? The only one of these drafts that makes perfect sense is the one that won. Right, you look at that, you know exactly how they want to play. This is a protect the Civic comp, allow her to play front to back, get resets in for Viego and Akali to do damage over the top. Brilliant, love that. Everything else is really janky. The middle lost
Mm.
draft, the one with the Neferi, they were playing with a sub, so I can give them a grain of salt there. But even then, they couldn't do the most basic combos that we were expecting this comp to do.
Yeah, so potentially just something missing from Bandits in the way they approach those team compositions, and maybe, especially with very specific, disparate players like Lunkerford, who have such a specific energy and a specific way that is the
Mm.
best to,
Yeah.
the way to get the most out of a player like is Lunkerford is to give this man a carry. You can't give this guy Sejuani, don't be giving him Maokai in my games, right? We want to see Viegos and Kindreds, right? And perhaps this is just the specific nature of bandits is causing them to draft in a specific way. Dubby, given that this is something that we see from quite a lot of teams,
Mm.
another example, to be honest, in my mind, is in Quick, is that their drafts are pretty strange a lot of the time. Like there's a lot of weird elements moving in different directions. But for the bandits, what I guess do you think is the strength that they should be playing to right now? Because they're 1 and 3. They
Yeah.
are still drafting Lunker for carries, things like Viego, but we're not seeing the same results. So how do you think they need to turn it around? What do you think the focus needs to be for them?
I definitely think like that strategy can still work. Like, bear in mind their game last week, they did have a substitute one time to replace Lunkifer, and that for sure we saw like the risk, right? When you don't have
Mm,
Lunkifer in your game, it's a different experience. So I think they can still continue around that, and obviously, plan that their jungler won't be suddenly missing again.
mm.
Um, Outside of that, we've seen Loopy have a pretty good games on like these carry top laners, and honestly, I would like to see them maybe try and slide into that a bit more. Give Loopy a chance to shine. When they played Urgot versus 5IQ in the first week, he really popped off. Like
It
this
is
guy
usually
he
banned out. To
showed
be
up,
fair to
dude.
him,
Yeah,
it's usually banned.
Yeah,
but
he's
give this
earned
guy a
that permaban.
shiner. Yeah, I
Yes.
think if they
Yeah.
give this guy maybe a chance, that could be something to try out, something new.
Yeah, for sure. I like to invest in Loopy. Let's see if he can maybe keep paying off, as that progress has been very notable from last split to this one. Let's talk a little bit about Gucci before we get into the draft. Let's get the roster up here. For sure in the top side, Tweak, Chover, Maro, and Stargazing. Now, for me, I've really enjoyed some of the performances from Foreshore. His Gragas game stands out to me. Chover and Mara are really stepping up in terms of carries. But Rory, it feels like we're still trapped in the not quite there zone with Good Chi. It was kind of the same last split, right? We were always waiting for them to get over that hump. Why do you think we've not got there yet?
Good Chi is really difficult to understand, to be honest, because I actually think their drops are pretty solid
Mm,
overall. I think their team play is pretty solid overall. What their issue is when it comes to three on, like, when we get to mid game and we get what they generally set up, which is a 1-3-1, but their players on the side lanes somehow always get caught to just before objectives.
mm.
Or we're seeing a 3v3 skirmish, which they're generally losing. And you can't have both. Right? If you want to win, you got to pick one and
Yeah.
settle and say, you know what, it's fine because we're winning the side lane. But if you're not winning the side lane, then it's just
Yeah.
a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, we're just losing both sides of the coin flip that we've taken. Somehow we've managed to lose both ends on the 50-50.
Yeah.
W, for Good Chi, going into Bandits here today, given what we know about the way the Bandits like to play and from Good Chi, given what we're still waiting to see from them, I guess what are you expecting from Good Chi to try and make the best of this game? Do you think we need to see anything specific from them? Do you think there's any player on that roster that you're
Mhm.
excited to see you think could really carry the game for them today?
Oh yeah, there's one guy that comes to mind straight away. You know what? I need another Marrow Vayne game. You know, give me some of
Ooh.
this
Don't
last
need
Okay.
pick
another
Vayne. Pick me Vayne angle. Give me something
Oh,
fun. Give me some content. You know, I want this guy to play
Oh
Vayne again, or
dear.
just something different. You know, I love to see these creative picks. I love to see it when
Mhm.
also players can date these picks and like coaches and just teams trust them. Like, you know what? They see the
Mhm.
angle, they see the vision, give them a chance to shine, and when it works, it's just the best piece ever. And you know what? I could see that happening again. It really comes down to how the draft though plays out, right? I mean, Vayne is not
Yeah.
something you want to
if
pick
if they
randomly.
draft
Yeah.
protection for him, I love it.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
But
Yeah.
if I remember, they didn't, and they
No.
got stomped in lane. Is my
But
Yes.
memory of that.
Sheesh. that
but the
that'll
zero
happen.
three Vayne power spike came in and it worked out.
True, true.
Yeah, a dub's a dub is a dub, all right? If we get there in the end. As we get into the draft right now, we do have to confirm this quickly. It is in fact Smee in the top side, not for sure, so apologies there, but it's still a very strong performance. The chat loves him, we love him. Smee is certainly doing a lot of good work for Gucci up on that top side, and unfortunately, for Dubby at least, and for Loopy, Urgot has once again hit the ban pile straight away. So we're still focusing out here. Can maybe give Smee a little better matchup. And the Bandits actually starting on the bot side. The Jinx not a common ban, but Rory, I guess they're trying to take away some of Marrow's kind of most consistent late game scalers.
Yeah, they're taking away late game and mid game combined with that Corki
Mm.
ban coming out here. And we're seeing a first pick Tristana. Very irregular to see. Normally when it comes to AD carries, you see a first pick Varus.
Hmm.
Just because it's so overall well rounded. But it does indicate that bandits have adopted, like, we can pick flexes early. JB, though, doesn't strike me as a huge Tristana player. Normally he's playing those melee assassins. So
Yeah,
I'm going to default assume that this is for
we
Elendil.
we have seen Elendil rock it out before. I don't know if you've seen it from JB, but last split
Yeah.
we did see Elendil pop a
Mhm.
Tristana or two, and we're back to Shen. Now, Dubby, why are we all playing Shen now? Why did Shen just suddenly become our like most played top laner?
I mean, just one quick thing. I'm pretty sure I remember seeing JB playing Tristana in the
Oh.
Oh.
in-houses in bot lane. So you
Oh.
know what?
Oh,
Oh,
We're
he's been
gonna get
working on
rough
it.
up,
He's been
but
working
they
on it.
have played
Okay.
this champion. As for the
Right.
Shen pick,
That's
though, I
good
mean,
intel. Yeah.
Shen is just Shen, right? He's just the
yeah.
top laner that will just
Yeah.
He's
survive top
getting more
lane and
damage
buff
next
someone.
patch
Yeah,
as
exactly.
well.
Oh.
He's getting
Yes.
buffed. He's just gonna get stronger,
Yeah.
and then you match him with his AD carry, like this one right here. Like it just works out. Keep Zaya alive. They already have
Mhm.
tools to keep themselves alive. Double that with the Shen ultimate, and just everything together. You give yourself a hyper carry comp right there, easily.
I will say it's a bit weird to R2 Zaya. Normally
Mhm.
you'd see an R3 for this
Mhm.
champ once you've seen a bit more dive being picked up, because Zaya, she really doesn't have the strongest like 1 to 5. So if bandits go really hard in this bot lane, like she could just be set really far behind, even if you pair it with a Rakan. It's quite a volatile lane. We're seeing a Gnar picked up here for Loopy. Fine into Shen, but frankly,
Mhm.
Shen passive plus Doran shield plus second wind, a lot of that poke is just instantly negated. So
Yeah. It's
it's
probably
it's
not
really for pushing.
crushing and outperforming him in the 1v1 and looking for kill threat, but potentially can at least stay safe from the
Ooh.
taunts, has the hop if he's got his reactions on point as
Mm.
Lunkerfurt back into the Viego, so we're still keeping on the standard carry element for the jungle of the bandits, as we saw the Gwen and the Kindred both focused out by Gucci, so they're trying to take his most played away, but Viego's still happy there. A lot of AD stacking up for the bandits across that top side, potentially even in mid or bot lane as well. So we'll see if they want to have an AP threat, if JB's going to bring a mage out for us. As Gucci are looking to lock their second carry and thinking about the Azir right now, and they might just be pulling a very standard front to back composition, as tends to be their usual MO, I think, Gucci. They don't tend to throw crazy things out there in the draft.
Yeah, but it works here, right? Especially when you
Yeah.
Yeah.
already have the Shen locked in. Like, just add another carry in there, just another champion this
Mhm.
guy can keep alive. Also, Shen's gonna work great into these 3 picks from the bandits because just the auto attack field that Shen has is just gonna stop, a lot of damage
Yeah.
coming through. If Smee can play this pick to like the maximum potential, it's gonna come out huge. now we can look at the bans going through from Good Chi. They can take away any particular things they don't want the Shen or the Azir to lane against. We saw JB have a fantastic Akali game a while back, and that's a great example there of something to just limit the pool of what this guy can do. So far, I'm really liking the approach from Good Chi on this draft.
Yeah, JB does strike me as a player. Even when you're into Shen Zaya, you're still locking Akali, even if it's like
I don't care.
Woof.
I'm getting this guy. Nobody can stop me. I do not mind. As the Neferi is banned away by Bandit, so trying to take some power away from Tweak. I really enjoyed Tweak's Lilia game recently. I think Tweak has been able to show us decent amounts of kind of damage-based junglers as well himself as of late, but we're still waiting to see that good cheap performance start to turn around. Now,
Sin for Good Chi. I'd imagine it's a
Hmm.
Sin Zhao going into the jungle here. I don't really think there's any more premium junglers available for them that they really want to pair with the Azir.
I mean,
Maybe at least Sin, but
but premium junglers like
yeah,
Lee Sin. Yeah, I don't
With
know.
premium if you're good enough, but
I suppose, yeah. Any it can certainly be premium if you've got the mechanics. As the Wukong the second ban away, Syndra the other takeaway from Good Chi. So there's still a Victor open for JB. As I'm thinking about other common picks we see from him, if they want to just let him sit back into the backline and be one guy who's not diving. The Pantheon locked in for
Pantheon
Good Chi
support.
now, though.
Oh no, it's
Okay,
jungle. I'm silly. It's jungle.
yeah,
Both.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Very likely
yeah,
jungle, yeah. Pantheon jungle is just a pick that's just it's
yeah.
very good right now. It's kind of like it plays similar to a Vi where their job is just to jump on one person and then just stun them and then let the team follow up. But like with a bit of a different kind of play style. Slightly, Vi can get in guaranteed. Pantheon might struggle a bit, but then their global ultimate. I mean, we're seeing double global ultimate from the side of Good Chi with the Shen, with the Pantheon. These guys can play the map so well, and it might also mean we will see less TPs because Shen can easily opt in for an Ignite top here to just play the matchup even stronger if they so choose. Meanwhile, getting a Talia coming across, which I love to see because the minefield against Shen Dash, against Azir Dash, and Pantheon Dash is going to come in absolutely clutch for zone control in these mid game fights.
Yeah, for sure. If the bandits can play around it and use that space control, especially if they end up in the jungle, that's going to be devastating. Kenny going back to his classic Rel, fairly standard. So we are going to get Tristana Rel bot lane. Elendil and Kenny going to be pulling that one out. Decent all-in and kill threat down there in the 2v2. Now let's see if it's going to be the Rakan. Not banned away for Stargazing. We do see him like to go for the engages. We've seen the Nautiluses in the past, so we'll see what the option's going to be.
They do need engage pretty desperately. Like a Rakan or I would say Alistair, but like Talia, you're into. That's the main issue here. It's good in the 2v2. So maybe you just go. I have a flash for when we get dragon fights and just deal with the minefield that way. But yeah, it makes a lot of sense to pick Alistair here.
Yeah, and I guess if you are lacking engage, if you're able to get into that Dragon Pit, the Baron Pit, nice and early. You've got Azir, you've got Zaya to set up feathers, and maybe you just always try and play for the defense, right? And try and hold the bandits out. Now, bandits do have a Rel, and they've got maybe a Talia sort of for kind of tricky angles, but Loopy on the Gnar, it's a little bit conditional. It's not quite as consistent as an engage. So if Good Chi are on top of their timers and they can set themselves up, it could be the bandits, I guess, struggling to actually make their way into the Alistair, into the Shen, into the Azir wall. They might not be able to get the damage where they want it.
There's a lot of beef on Good Chi's side, and that's not an Alistair
literal and
pun.
metaphorical
That's,
sense. Yeah.
It's really hard, and bandits basically have no poke. I don't count threaded volley as poke, so like
no, it's too short range, really. Into his
in
ear,
a
like,
straight full HP 5v5, Good Chi have a really high chance of winning these.
Yeah. But if the bandits get one, I think that's when this rolls, right? Like, you're completely right. It's going to be hard to take down that one. But once you do, Lunka Viega resets can just move. Tristana rocket jumps, like the whole thing kind of comes together. But if they can get that one, it's going to be a bit harder. When we're thinking about JB and their picks, they like the Akali because they can really dash around and get around these fights. That's a bit different with Talia. However, if they use their wall correctly, if they can cut off essential flanks, champions like the Xayah, they don't have any dashes. They'll just be stuck behind the wall, and if they don't have flash, that's a bad position, and only Shen can keep them alive at that point. So I really want to see how they do that, and also double down, match it with the Gnar ultimate. Chuck down the Talia ultimate, throw him into it, stun him down, blow him up. That is how the bandits need to play these fights.
Yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see how they play these fights out. The Bandits, normally we expected them in the past to have strong early games and then start to
Mhm.
suffer it in those later stages. Now their games are still getting long and scary and messy, but they're not necessarily having as much success. Good Chi, I think, are right on the cusp of just quite getting there. Now, this is a comp that I think keeps them a little safer from the side lane shenanigans that you were mentioning, Rory. There's just not as much there's not as much options for that in the game, right? I'm hoping this
Yeah.
comp is gonna drag them into at least a 4-1, right? Let's just go to the objective early and let the Shen sit away. But we'll see how they want to play this one out, right? They'll see if bandits can break into the fortress that Gucci have constructed. For now, we are going to go to a very brief break. We'll be back when the game kicks off after the spectator delay with our casters, Bennis and Bloxer, for game number 1. So don't go anywhere.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light.
And hello and welcome back, everybody. And speaking of back, I'm back. W King here, now on the cast as well, joined by Black Bloxer. How's it going, dude?
It's good. It's great. I'm so excited to be casting some of these games, especially this one, which has had a pretty interesting draft right here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, from the standpoints, both teams equal in score, so win is very important. Picks-wise, we're getting a bit of like I'd say like a more standard comp coming from Good Chi, and then a Harold Hamhad comp coming out from the Bandits, right? So it's
Yeah.
gonna be a good one.
I'm a little bit sad about the Good Chi composition. I think this is one of the perfect comps to really put a Kai'Sa into. I think the Xayah is the wrong kind of champion for this composition overall. It just means that Good Chi are going to be wanting to play a little bit further back, a little bit less aggressive overall than they otherwise could have been. But, at the same time, should be pretty fun.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see as the players are here. We are on the Rift for this first game of this lovely Monday night, ladies and gentlemen. And I am so excited to be here. And to my first shocker, Smee opting in for the TP on the Shen. Does make this matchup top lane a bit more interesting because I guess they're not playing to win it, but rather just to go in a neutral kind of standpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in this situation, right, you're both going to be far more focused on what you can do around these team fights, helping out your carries. You've got some pretty strong carries as well to try to play around right here. So these top laners just sort of duking it out, getting involved in the grub fights, and then helping out the rest of the squad, I think is more going to be their aim than trying to necessarily win the 1v1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the 1v1 won't come down to much, especially when you have these just huge carries from Chi. You've got the Azir, you've got the Xayah. Like, these champions, if they scale up, are going to be so great, both with lethal tempo as well. There is no hesitation in these guys of going anything of like a weird poke build or whatever. No, these guys are going in for the damage, going in for the DPS, and will come in absolutely clutch. Now, do you think any one of these particular lanes is going to shine a bit more than the other?
I think there's quite the possibility that we get some explosivities down in the bottom lane. Obviously,
Yes.
the Alistar considered one of the best counters into the Rel, so it's going to be a little bit risky if you want to go flying in as the Bandits bot lane early on. But at the same time, you can get some pretty decent damage down, even as an early game Tristana. It'll be interesting to see if they do decide to push it a little bit on. I think these junglers have recognized that because they both started up towards the top side and are going to be working their way down.
Yeah, and we can even see that from these laners down here. They are not hesitating at all to start training against each other. Stargazing already losing a bit of health, but as the Alistar, they have the passive. They have these health pots to kind of bump themselves back up. And it's only a matter of time before these junglers do get their clears done and get to the bot side. Meanwhile, top, we're already seeing some heavy trading too. Loopy dropping low, but again, these top laners, they've got biscuits. They've got health pots for days. I mean, it'll be a bit of a shocker to see anyone dying too soon, but you never know in this league.
Absolutely. And I mean, hey, anything is possible, right?
Mhm.
As much as I think these early games are going to be a little bit calmer, a little bit slower overall, things could get aggressive at any point. You can see already the bot lanes are just
Yeah.
going to fight a bit.
They're looking for something.
there you
Stargazing
go.
already using the flash forward from
Nice.
Elendil, though, will be all that it takes to secure that first blood. And you know what? I spoke too soon.
Yeah, this is the thing, right, with the Alistar and Xayah combo, is if you do get a little bit too aggressive, you saw Stargazing went in right there, it's very tricky to get back out, and the Xayah deals some decent amounts, but really, you're just gonna get jumped right there, and the fact that you give that early kill straight over to the Tristana, who does more at this stage in the game, really not gonna be ideal. Let's see what the little bit of advantage is gonna be.
Yeah.
Waiting for something? Oh, okay, he's going to grab some cloth armor. Interesting. So Elendil very much going to be looking to play a little bit more defensively, happy enough with the amount of damage he can do for right now, and just wants a little bit of extra survivability down in this lane. Now, when there's a Pantheon on the other team, I think that's a pretty good decision.
Yeah, you can take the Cole cloth armor combo to just keep yourself alive. Tweak here really wanting that scuttle crab, but I love the movement from Kenny here. They didn't need to go for a reset just yet. Play the side of the map with Lunker so they can secure not one, but two scuttle crabs, and it might just put a bit of pressure onto Tweak, as even here we see them moving to the mid lane, helping JB get that shove in so that if any case they look to contest the scuttle crab top, you can get a first move from the Stalia. And look at that, Tweak is just retreating back into their jungle. It's not like the scuttle crabs we had a few years ago when they were like absolutely insane to get first, but you know what? From the tempo wise, Bandits are on top right here.
Yeah, they've got a little bit of extra priority early on, and I think part of this, right, is people look at the Pantheon and think of it as a very early game focused jungler, all about the very early stages of the game, but really, he's a little bit weaker on up until you can get yourself pretty much that first item, and really, it's about getting yourself that Grand Starfall, then getting involved with those ultis, with those ganks, trying to play around that stage of the game, rather than necessarily having to gank repeatedly during the very first couple of minutes, like a Vi or a Jarvan otherwise would, especially into something like the Viego, who can fight back to you quite a lot as well. These two are a lot more likely to just sit in their jungles for at least a little while and get involved around these objectives, but not necessarily trying to gank constantly.
Yeah, for sure. These like level 6 power spikes don't hit as hard as other junglers, but Smee's level 6 will be
Yes.
interesting, right? Once that Stand United is online, that's when this game could get huge, because with this comp that Bandits have, I mean, we even see more trading coming down this bot lane. If they overextend a trade looking to force something swing, Smee can get down there guaranteed every time. Loopy's already invested their TP, right? They will not be able to join a bot lane skirmish if it breaks out, and the same applies for Tweak. Once they hit level 6, they can easily move around this map, so the Bandits need to keep that in mind.
You need to be very careful with picking your attacks right here, as the Bandits going in a little bit too soon will result in disaster because of that Stand United, as you said. I think the other thing, right, is when looking at this Bandits composition, it very much wants to play these fights very standard, very front to back, pretty slowly as well. You need quite a lot of time to be able to fully get your damage down. This is a smite fight, hang on.
Yeah, they're looking for something. Here comes Smee, though, with the Stand United. Dragon
man.
secured by Lunka, and the fight breaks out. Resets going over, but Lunka, as stuck as an Alistair, haven't hitting that level 6 yet. They're gonna have to wait for the timeout. Smee already flashing away from the bomb. It will explode, but won't be enough, as now the bandits need to get out of this pit. A big damage from the Azir is on the chase, but a stun from Lunka is looking to clear it out. A shuffle will take them down, but this is Elendil's moment to clean up the fight, taking 1, taking 2, getting a triple kill in this dragon fight.
That's the sort of fights we were talking about, right? Once it goes long, once you get multiple rotations of spells down from JB, and Elendil gets to just sit and hit for a while. The second you get that initial reset, you could just keep running that one through. Really well played right here out of the bandits, and that's now 5 straight kills onto Elendil.
5-0 Tristana. Cloth armor honestly coming in absolutely clutch there, keeping them alive, because the main damage there coming out from Tweak and Marrow was all this AD. Yes, Chover, they got a good engage, had a really good shuffle to get that kill onto Lunka, but you saw how low Elendil was, and I can almost guarantee that that little bit of armor coming in was exactly what they needed to keep them alive and get them on this map faster. Look at Lunka right here, already on the grubs. Tweak needing to clear these camps to get level 6 themselves to be able to move it. And now it's kind of feeling like Chi might slowly lose control of this map, but they're not out yet because, again, Smee was able to get down there first, and it does mean Loopy's not yet on the scoreboard.
Yeah, exactly. Loopy more going to be looking to just get involved in this lane, and then these later game team fights, of course, they're pretty standard. You can see when he's going to be jumping in, very telegraphed in the way he likes to play. At the same time, if you can get that big ulti off, that's going to be a great way to just buy extra space and time for your carries to be able to do what they need to in this game. Loopy, not going to be the main carry in this one, most likely, but most definitely going to be an instrumental part. Once again, we see Kenny jumping forwards quite far, and he might just get one-tapped.
Kenny biting off a bit too much, able to use the flash to keep
Elendil.
themselves alive. As Elendil says, I'm going to take this fight, loses vision in the bush, but it's not enough. However, here comes Tweak on the Pantheon, flying through this map, landing on time. Chover showing up as well, as they will donate that kill over to the Azir. Elendil even opting to use the barrier. Maybe he'll have enough damage with the bomb, but it's not quite enough.
Oh, I like the idea right there. You can see it, right? Get one more stack of the bomb off, reset your W, maybe be able to buy yourself a bit more space to either jump in and get the kill or jump away and buy time. In the end, not quite going to work out, but still, Elendil showing why he's incredibly scary at the moment. And remember, this is a Tristana with 67 stacks of the Cull still left, so there's even more power that this guy's going to be able to get in just a little while. This bot lane really is so strong. I can't say that that was necessarily a good decision out of Kenny, though. That was very much Elendil making the best of a bad situation. Kenny jumping forwards there, not necessarily in the best spot. Now, though...
Speaking of bad decisions by Kenny, they do get themselves rooted up by the Xayah. However, here comes the wall from JB. Marrow nowhere to be moved. JB actually landing on the wrong side of the wall, forced to flash over as they get stunned up. But Lunka turning into the Xayah, using what damage they have to trade back onto Tweak as they get that first kill and can now look to take down and siege this tower.
Yeah, that first play wasn't necessarily the best from Kenny. The second one, much, much better. Was really good at just stepping up, baiting his opponents in, and it just meant that people were stood a little bit too far forwards. Made that kill very easy to be able to pick up right there onto Maru. 7-1-0. Now the scoreline for Elendil. He is in an incredibly strong spot, and as the Tristana in this sort of composition, you are the main source of damage, right? There's plenty of AD damage overall, but the person who the team's really going to be relying on to deal the majority of it, to weave your way through these team fights, very much going to be this Tristana. So getting the early lead, exactly what this composition right here out of the bandits needed.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when we're looking through this matchup right now, I mean, JB, they're sitting on the 4 assists. They've been able to just keep themselves, you know, in the game just through being around the map and playing where they're needed. And again, I like topside working out slightly for Loopy. Sure, they're not involved yet, but they've been able to slowly take down these plates topside, so they probably even have a nice gold lead over Smee on the Shen through the farm and with everything else. Chover, though, however, getting that shutdown onto Elendil could be the item spike they need now with the Nashor's Tooth. It's something to kind of keep the ball rolling from Chi's side, and if they can get some more kills onto this Azir, if they can play these team fights, they are in a great spot, because remember, bandits really need that first kill, and if Chi can deny that first kill, and if they can get picks like these, that is exactly what they need to bounce back in.
Nice to be able to pick that kill up. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the beginning of it, but you can imagine, right? You've got yourself a Pantheon and an Azir. Lots of damage, plenty of CC to be able to lay down. Now we're going to have a fight around this Hextech Drake. Kenny is caught between a couple of members, has to jump away. Lungfo is over the wall. We could have another smite fight. Elendil goes in.
Elendil looking to trade heavily onto Marrow, gets the health bar to half. Dragon now resetting, and I think Chi need to retreat out of this one as they are running down this vision. They're not giving it up just yet. Dragon dropping down to about 2k. They're going to try and zone out what they can as Tweak is in this fight. Will get the Dragon over to Lunka, and now the fight begins. Resets after resets going in as Elendil already has 2. Takes down Stargazing for 3. And Chover forced to hide under tower. I don't think this guy is going to be alive for much longer.
No, this should be a kill right here. Chover going to be able to... Oh, I was going to say dodge away from the seismic shove. Not quite. Kenny does end up going down, but got to be honest, it's slim pickings right here for Good Chi. A small bit of gold back, but they lose out onto the Drake. They're going to lose out on a ton of turret plating into Elendil's back pocket as well. And everything coming up bandits at the moment.
9-1 for Elendil right there, and the timing of the fight was so essential because look at the cooldown of Smee's ultimate right there. It's only got a few seconds left. It was actually used in a previous fight where they were able to blow through that shield before he could even land, and that is just what you want to see. When there's enough damage, it doesn't matter if they have a giant Shen ultimate. JB, however, though, does step into a bush where they might not want to be, and they will get chased down as they're running for their life. Tweak flashes forward and taps the spear to get a kill.
Going to be able to pick that one up onto JB, who's, I've got to be honest, had a few mispositioning errors so far. Hasn't been able to cost his team too much at the moment, but that is now going to be the mid laner down right as this second set of grubs are going to be up and available. The first set were picked up by the bandits. They've got the sort of team composition that can very much use grubs. They don't want to have to give this one up. Luckily, you do have that Weaver's Wall available to JB. He's respawned now. If he has to get involved quickly, we'll be able to pop that one. Although right now, going to be drawn down towards the bottom lane, needs to respond to the push that Chover's got going on. These grubs, though, so very important. With the push established through the top side, Loopy going to have priority moving down to this one if they want to collapse right here on some good G members pushing up.
And a moment where you might want to give it up. When you look at these items coming across from the bandits, we have 3 plated steel caps completed already. This is going to be a huge issue for them to get some damage as Tweak steps up a bit too far forward, gets thrown into the wall. However, Elendil left on their own to fend against 2. No one dying yet. Taunt coming out from Smee as this time the Stand United was used. However, here comes JB. Tweak gets taken down by Loopy. Lunka gets the resets, dashing onto Chover. Gets flipped back by the Emperor's Divide and is killed 1 for 1 so far as Elendil is also forced out of this fight on the side. Smee chasing down Kenny as it looks like this could be the fight for the bandits to lose as Marrow is nevermind taken down. Loopy now chasing down Stargazing. Elendil back in the fight. Rocking jump in. Gets 1 resets. Looks for Chover. Flashing over the wall to keep themselves alive as Smee is desperately on the hunt looking for this Tristana who has 1 more jump available. They are in a bit of a rough spot to walk out of this one, however.
Yeah, this is just going to be a little bit of chasing round. Is going to be the kill. Goes over to Chover in the end. It's a pretty big shutdown to be able to pick up for the mid laner of Good Chi. And what a mess that fight was. Bandits, they get the initial engage right there onto the fight. But the key thing, and I really hope we can get a replay of it on the desk, right? Because this is a crazy moment. Maru leaping in and stopping Elendil from being able to actually join that fight and get involved completely ruined things for the bandits. That's where the majority of their team gold is. And without their 8 kills at the time Tristana involved, the rest of the members just couldn't get through Good Chi.
Yeah. And I think essentially for Good Chi here, a lot of the kills went onto Chover on this Azir, and we can see them nearly completing this Rabadon.
Cap second.
You know what? You need that damage in this game. If everyone's stacking this armor, if no one has that magic resist stat yet, go for it. Get that extra damage. Go for the high risk, high reward build because Chover's their way back in. This is how Chi gets the win. If you can keep getting Azir in these fights, keep them alive, and maybe use Marrow as a bait. I mean, we saw Marrow play very aggressively there, and maybe bandits used a bit too much onto them. Could be their way back in, and we'll have to see when this dragon spawns about minute, how they fight it out.
And like I said, with the dragon, we're also going to have the Herald coming up soon enough as well. Elendil gets jumped here, actually goes forwards a little bit. Correct decision, gets the bomb off, and once you do, Gonna give you that jump away. Now, though, 30 seconds until the Drake is going to be spawning. Resets coming through. Let's see if anybody's going to be able to complete any more items, or if it's just going to be a couple more components coming through for some of these main carries right here. Yeah, nothing too much interesting is actually going to be completed up, so it's pretty much just first items for this skirmish. The gold lead is about 3,000 in the lead for Bandit, so they are going to be in a good spot to try fight this one out. And Tweak right now potentially looking for a catch onto JB.
JB in a bit of danger, retreats their tower, but gets shuffled away. Chover will chase this down, forcing JB to flash away.
Where's
They
the
do have
wall?
the ultimate to dash and will fly across the map, keeping themselves alive. But that's an essential cooldown being used for the Bandits right here. And this could be a great opportunity for Chi to get some dragons and gold back in their game.
Yeah, they're just going to have to concede the tower right there. Like you said, good gold back into Good Cheese pockets. Now they can go and potentially push themselves through the mid lane and then move over towards this Drake. The response is going to be the Rift Herald right here for the Bandits. Langfo are going to be able to grab this one. And with the mid lane tier 1 tower already as injured as it is, that's pretty much going to guarantee that one if that's where you want to put down the Rift Herald.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting these towers to open up this map is exactly what the Bandits need to do to push this lead. Close up the map for Good Chi, gain more vision, and keep them in a controlled space, because if Tweak gets a flank in any of these fights as this Pantheon without their ultimate, that could be disaster for them, because they don't necessarily need to be the front line. You can keep the Alistair and the Shen to scare them away, send Tweak around, and if they find a picking, it is something that Chover could try to kind of dash over to them. It's a bit of a brave way to play these fights, but it's definitely an opportunity, especially now since Chover has that Rabadons completed. An absolutely huge power spike for this Azir pick.
Just going to be hitting like an absolute truck at the moment. You saw on that play down in the bottom side, it didn't even really seem like Chover needed Tweak in the area. It could have just solo killed JB. JB being a little bit disrespectful in that situation. Now the push going to continue on top side. Plenty of wave clear available to Good Chi. They don't much need to worry about that. Still, though, the aggression out of the Bandits. They are playing through multiple lanes right now, pushing forwards. They don't even need the Rift Tower to be able to pop that tier 1 in the mid lane. And it just means the map opening up and the gold flowing still for the Bandits. They extend their gold lead to about 4,000.
I mean, the Rift Herald is only going to be a bit of an extra crutch for the Bandits here, because they have a Tristana with 6 grubs right now. This champion that already greatly pushes towers has just an extra tool on top of that. This Tristana is a tower farmer at this point. Loopy on the side lane themselves have taken both the top and the bot lane tower now. Does mean that they're in a great chance right here, as a Weaver's Wool coming out from JB does force 2 flashes out from the side of Good Chi. Kenny is on the run here with this Rel. They're going to look for something, but Stargazing should be able to knock them out. And let's see if the Bandits try to overchase this. A nice route coming out from Marrow should buy them enough time to risk retreat out.
It's just going to cost the flashes and the ulti right there out of Stargazing. Not going to be the end of the world. All you're really trying to do at the moment, though, for the Bandits is buy yourself a little bit more space and time. Get yourself set up around where these next set of objectives are going to be spawning. There's not too much to really worry about. JB, good bot back. I think he's still dead, though.
He is in a bit of danger here. Opts in to cancel movement to cast some summoners. And it does seem like enough to scare away the rest of Good Chi. Elendil is there to give their mid laner some backup, as JB walks out of there without burning any summoners. I mean, they didn't exactly have any summoners to burn themselves, but essentially a good tower pickup from Good Chi, giving themselves some gold in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, just the amount of speed that you can get through that phase rush.
Yeah.
Able to just book it on out of there. Interesting to see that one come through and really just save the life of JB in that situation. Is going towards a lot more of a scaling build. Rower picked up already, moving towards having that full stacked tier as well. So things just going to be a little bit slower overall. They're still going to come online a lot more in the 3 to 4 item point. And actually down by a good chunk of gold up against Chover. Chover's in an incredibly strong spot at the moment. You can see, right, there's a big chunk in the mid lane, an even bigger chunk in the bottom lane. 3,000 gold the advantage just for Elendil right here. And considering that the overall gold advantage is about 4k, you can really see where the majority of it is at.
Atacon has been started up by the Bandits. Chi have absolutely no vision of this, as it gets taken down so quickly. And before the Chi could even secure vision, it's gone. This is an absolutely huge pickup for the Bandits to get here, getting that extra damage and XP to slowly boost their lead. You did have Smee topside getting a good amount of waves in there, so they are able to secure at least some golden XP back. But that decision might be able to bite them back. However, I don't necessarily hate it. Chi have gotten one dragon here, and that is a mountain dragon, giving them the resistances, and that could be a great angle for them to try and win back into the fight. If they can keep securing these stats, getting these free resistances, it's definitely a great entry for them to win this game.
Yeah, very much something they can potentially try to play around right here. If you could get a full soul off of just the mountain drakes, that'd be a massive amount of resistances and shield to try to play around. Obviously, we're still a while away from that one. Because of that one Drake Chi have gotten, it still means we're at least 10 minutes away from a potential soul being available. We'll see how quickly the teams are going to try to play around this Drake spawning here in 30 seconds time. Right now, the Bandits, they've got themselves a slightly faster track to this objective. That's exactly what you want to do on a composition that has a Talia, because it allows you to choose where you place the wall as a defensive tool, rather than just using it to scramble to the fight and not getting any real value out of it.
Exactly that, as we even see that here. Stargazing's first to engage here on their own. They drop very low themselves. Magnet Storm coming out from Kenny will get a good engage as the resets start coming through for the Bandits. Double kill for Lunka, and Elendil dashing in there. Smee even joining the fight, but it won't even matter as Chi tried to make a stand, but it's a quadra kill for the Bandits jungler.
So unfortunate for Chova right there. The second that he pops that ulti is the moment that Lunkafoa jumps in to take the reset. Untargetable doesn't even get hit by that Emperor's Divide. And now the Rift Herald that we talked about so long ago gets popped, heads on into the bottom lane, and with the 6 grubs that the Bandits were able to pick up for themselves, this push is so potent. This shouldn't be the end of the game. The death timers are still too short for that, but still it's going to be this base cracked on open right here, and that's exactly what you don't want to have happen with this kind of composition for Good Chi. It's very much the sort of composition that wanted to play through the early stages of the game. You've got some decent later game scaling on carries, but at this point they're getting run around the map.
Stargazing getting the stand united from the Shen to try and pick off JB, but the Bandits regroup and say, we will keep our mid laner alive as Stargazing gets taken down. Kenny does sacrifice them with a peeling engage, Tweak dashing back onto Loopy, but Loopy is able to jump away. Meanwhile, Lunka for picking up this dragon for the side of the Bandits. You know what? I'll take that objective trade any day.
That's the main reason you step up right there as the Bandits. You're just buying space and time for Lunkafoa to be able to finish off that Drake. Get himself into a great spot, and now you can see the jungle gold is massive, the top gold is massive, and the bot lane gold. Just a huge map right here for Bandits. And I mean, really just insane for them to be able to get themselves so far ahead at this point. And then, actually, they just have never really let it go. There's been a couple weird moments, right, where Chi have found some picks. People have been jumping forwards a little bit too aggressive, but for a while, it's not been that bad.
Yeah, for sure. However, we'll have to see, Good Chi, they seem to be struggling here. The Bandits are just in so much of a control position right here, right? I mean, looking at this map state right now, Baron spawning soon, it definitely seems like this is just the Bandits game to win in every kind of control. But it's going to come down to one more fight. It's the situation where if Chi can just get a shutdown, they could potentially bounce their way back in. But it's going to have to come off a mistake from the Bandits. Someone's playing the side lane too far and getting caught up. And so far, the Bandits are just playing very, very, very clean League of Legends. And it's not looking like their kind of game where they'll make these mistakes. And it could be the potential situation where they've come off these first few losses and really, really bounce back together and just forming a big win condition through these dragons. Feud is just insane objective control, as now they're just setting up the vision for this Baron that's soon spawning.
Pressure. Pretty immense at the moment for Good Chi. They're going to have to find a couple of picks right here, a couple of big shutdowns. There is plenty of shutdown gold available, especially if they can grab a kill onto Lunkafoa. But trying to actually pick yourself up a kill on something like the Viego or the Tristana is so incredibly difficult. These champions have got so much survivability baked into the kit.
Ooh.
Oh no, Stargazing.
Stargazing walks into a bush where they shouldn't, desperately tries to run away, but it's not enough. Never give up, going in. Kenny, Magnet Storm doesn't quite get the follow-up engage, as Lunka will dash over this wall to get themselves away. But that's a nice pick for the Bandits, as they can now walk over to the Baron, and it's going to take an absolute miracle for Tweak. They can, you know what? they can fly into the pit, there's a chance for them to go for a smite steal. And you know what? If you're Chi, you're gonna have to take it.
Try it. You're going to have to try something. Kenny, though, wants to stop that from happening. Is at least going to be able to jump forwards, push his tweak off, but just the appearance of Good Chi is enough to allow that Baron to reset.
Looking for something. They have to be careful with Kenny behind them. Some kind of engage their potential, as here we see a Chover not realizing there's a Rel waiting for them in the bush. Goes Golden to try and buy themselves some time, using a nice Empress Divide, as even the Stan United keeps this Azir pick alive, but Lunka from the top side comes in to take a kill, turns into this Fed. Azir dashes into Chover and does get kills as Chi pick up some very essential kills right now, as that's not a clean fight from the Bandits.
No, that was a big shutdown that Lungfo just gave over to Good Chi. They're able to claw their way into this game a little bit more. I mean, they're still down by 9,000 gold, right? It's pretty bad look for Good Chi at this point. Unfortunate that they've not quite been able to get themselves back into this game throughout the early. But still, if you can get a couple more of these picks, like we said, that is going to be a little bit of shutdown gold. And some of these key item breakpoints are well on the way. You highlighted it early on, right, with the Gnash Tooth and the Death Cap. That means that Chover does a ton of damage. But at this point now, with those 3 items completed, is sat in a much better spot overall, and is actually just going to be able to fight a lot more effectively, as long as the front line can hold up. I think that's the thing now for Good Chi. Stargazing keeps getting absolutely shredded at the moment, even though he wasn't able to pop the ult, he just died first.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the situation where it doesn't look so good, but if someone has to face check these bushes eventually, there's only so much vision you can place. Maybe Chover can drop an Azir soldier to kind of face check, but they also want to keep these soldiers to get DPS down. So Stargazing with these 7 deaths is honestly just doing what their job is, and that's just to be the first person to run forward. As we see that right here, Baron dropping down, already secured by Lunkafer, and Tweak, desperate but late, won't be able to steal that back. As now comes a nice engage from Kenny. Chover with a good Emperor's Divide will buy some time, but look at Loopy dashing in with the Mega Gnar, throwing everyone into the wall. Marrow forced to flash away, but Elendil has one more reset. Chover desperately doing what they can to keep themselves alive, but it won't be enough. And with this Baron secure, it's a win for the Bandits.
Yeah, it's going to be the Bandits furthering their record, getting themselves into a better spot after some bad losses throughout the initial stages. Good Chi, they fought back valiantly. I think this was overall pretty good performance right here from Chover, but they fell too far behind too early on. Elendil had 7 kills 5 minutes into the game, and it was just not a lead they could surpass.
Exactly that. I mean, Good Chi, they looked good. They played the game well. You can't not give them that credit. But when you have all these kills going over to this pick like Tristana so early, it's just a great situation for them to build around. And we saw that work out as the pick from this Talia came out in more of like a utility supportive role, using the minefield, the knockback, and the wall to keep people at bay. And then Lunka coming in as well, getting in resets. And anytime anyone got fed from the side of Good Chi, it was just a great pick for Lunka to turn into that champion and take control themselves.
Absolutely. Lunka had a couple of decent little ganks during the early game, but for the most part, pretty quiet game from both of the junglers. They weren't really able to get involved in the way you really would hope to from these kind of champions. Luckily for the Bandits, they didn't really need to. I think that's part of why Lunka wasn't jumping up, right? Because once your Tristana's really fed, there's no point in really trying to push your advantage elsewhere when you can just try play around this. Tristana was doing a very good job of facilitating up until the point at which he got a quadra kill, and then was in a good spot with the items to be able to run the rest of the map right there. The Bandits looking like a pretty cohesive team, but I'd love to watch this matchup back again, where you don't end up with 20 kills on Elendil right at the start, because this could have been a very interesting back and forth.
For sure. And we're going to throw it back to our desk now to briefly talk about the rest of this game before we move on to our next game coming up, Rise Gamer versus Bulldogs. So over to the desk. We'll see you guys there. Hey, it's me again. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Dubby. Apologies for evaporating your apparent casting here. I forgot, but thank you very much. Great game. Well, that one, I guess, wasn't necessarily expecting the 13-2-10 Tristana game to open us up here today on a Monday evening, but that's what we were given. And Bandits with a certified Rory B good draft. Rory, how are you feeling about that one? That game seems a little better for them, huh?
Yeah. Honestly, I was really happy with that draft. As I say, going into game, like I was really happy with it. You know, when I said I wasn't a fan of the Zaya pick because she
Mm.
loses out levels 1 to 5. I was meaning like 15 CS.
Hmm.
Like
Or
I wasn't meaning 5 kills. I
throughout the
want to
whole
be very
game.
clear on that.
Yeah, that was a pretty disastrous one down there. Maro struggling down there into Elendil, but Dubby, you made the point. You made it before the game. You made it in the game. Bandits just need the one kill. You just need
Yeah.
the reset, and they needed one kill at 5 minutes, and it felt like that just kind of ended the game.
Yeah, we were talking about these junglers too. How do they get online and play? And you know what? It's a great game when you're a jungler, when your bot lane just wins on their own. At that point, the pressure's off to get these leads, get this tempo going. And at that point, you just play to keep them alive. And we saw that from Lunkerford there too. They were able to be on bot lane when the situation was needed to keep Elendil alive there. And it just worked out. And you know what? If a one kill was all not needed, Bandits took that a bit too serious. So they said, we don't want one, we don't want two, we're going straight for 5. And the snowball was all it took for Bandits to secure this very important win for them.
I do want to jump on something quickly where you were
Mm.
saying like Marrow wasn't able to perform. I'm gonna be honest, that bot lane, not much to do with Marrow. Like he played to his champion's capacity, right?
Yeah.
There was another person in the bot lane which had a much worse game and caused a bit of a snowball, right? We can't
Yeah.
ignore that
It was a tough
performance
one.
from Stargazing.
I think at the start it definitely seemed that way, but towards the end, you just have to be the if someone's gonna face check a bush, it's gotta be stargazing.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it makes them like on this paper lose a lot of deaths, and yeah, on
Mhm.
that it looks bad. But it definitely agree at the start they did make some questionable engaged decisions. It's kind of like when Lee Sin hits a Q, you gotta dash in. Alistair saw someone in that Hellbud pulverized combo range and was like, I'm going in, I'm
They had a
sending
red
it.
cape.
Yeah,
Didn't quite work
exactly.
out, and that's kind of the little slow decline that they had. Yeah.
Yeah, it went pretty rough for them. And the good thing for Bandits here is that they're now at 2-3, and they
Hmm.
do have some eminently winnable matches coming up. Right, this is a good momentum builder for them to try and go back to what was working before. They're still able to play that same style, right? They're still putting Lunker on Viego. They're still
Yeah.
playing aggressively in the bot lane, and it worked out so well for them here. And they've still got matches against Bulldog Academy, against Belfast Storm. They've still got these winnable matches to try and tee them up for Broad and Friends and Rise Gaming, which they will also have. If they want to try and challenge for that top 4 down the stretch, they're going to need to be able to put the wins up against those stronger teams. So we will see how they can do. For Good Chi, I think I liked Chover's game. I think Chover was doing his best.
Yeah.
Got some decent shutdowns fed into him, and was trying to find shuffles to try and do DPS, but again, it would have had to have been an
Chover,
insane 1v5 to turn that one
Chover was
around.
like a payday loan company, right? He was just playing his game normally. Someone
Right.
took out a loan on the MA team. Whoops! I found myself with 900 quid. Like,
Oh
sweet,
no!
I'll just
Yeah.
collect that twice over. And
Yeah. Yeah.
he was like 3k ahead of JB, who I imagine like punching his desk and crying every time he saw Chover claim another bounty.
Yeah. Where's my
He
bounty?
just,
Yeah.
unfortunately, the team around him just didn't have the damage.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
like Chover was playing really well. He had some really nice wars. We missed it, but there was a very nice flick in the mid lane, which resulted in a kill. And
Yeah.
yeah, it must be rough for him this match.
Yeah, but you got to take those games, right? League of Legends is a team game. Sometimes you have a good one, but the team just cannot give it the line. So we'll hopefully see if Gucci can keep their heads up and keep fighting to at least, get into that top half, maybe just the top 8, because of course top 8 does make playoffs. As we said, you only have to avoid 9 and 10 to avoid relegation as they sit at 1 and 4. We'll see how their series and their season progresses. For now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with game number 2, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Quick break right now. We're back for game number 2 here at the Four Nations. Rise Gaming versus Bulldog Academy. Rise Gaming at 3-1. Bulldog Academy at 0-4. The picked up Vertex roster from last split by Bulldog Academy, struggling to get that first win. However, we have some good news for them, for the fans in the chat. Sharpie is back, returning to the top lane. A rock for them in games past. Harry Carey now returning to the main jungle role. So Rory, at the very least, we can hopefully see kind of the original product back whole again. And maybe this is a platform we can build on.
Yeah, a team that's already had a split worth of synergy is really nice. Also, Harry Carey was playing off-role, right? Harry Carey was playing top lane for the last 2 weeks, which obviously has some issues surrounding like laning and macro in the mid game. So I'm very happy to see it back again. I was going to say also Harry Carey was put on Shen duty, but you know, like everyone's been put on Shen duty.
Now, so
sometimes it wins. So it's very hard to say that's a punishment more than anything.
Yeah. But W, you were saying to us before that you were actually pretty happy with the way Zeltan played in the jungle. You know, so there was still some light in there from the sub role.
I feel like Zaltzam worked in the, old Vertex way, now Bulldog's way, of just bringing in a bit of chaos to the league. This guy's jungle playstyle is very aggressive. We saw them when they played the Nidalee into Broad and Friends, Nidalee against Vi, and this guy was in Vi's jungle level 3. They dove tower, got a triple kill before like 5 minutes. Like, it had all the kind of tools for them to get the gold lead, but Broad and Friends were just simply better, which is why they won it out. So this guy has like that kind of chaos potential. So it's interesting to me why they chose to go back to the different kind of style. Not putting any shame to Harry Carey. They are also an excellent jungler, and they have the Sharpie back now too, so they have that synergy going. But we'll have to see how that pays off for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see if Bulldog can show us something a little more here today. Now, it is a tough game to come back to, I will say. Rise Gaming 3-1, they are looking very, very scary. I don't know if we'd say that they are, I don't know, would we say that they're actually title contenders just yet? Because they've had their ups and their downs. We see the roster here again. But again, it's, that there's 2 rookies on it, Aniki and Nemini, but BB Muffin, Trizzy have been firing on all cylinders, that mid-jungle duo. So Rory, I don't know, where are you feeling on Rise Gaming right now? Are we considering them grand finals ready, or do we still need to see some more?
I think they need some polishing around the edges. So far we're seeing some really nice early and late. Frankly, their laning is not dominant, so they may want to look at improving that. But frankly, Sin's being put on hyper carry, so you can't always have the most dominant like bot lane or most dominant 2v2 if you're just don't have the capacity for it, which is completely fine. I do think maybe they have a bit of the here we go element to their gameplay where they just decide, I want to do this, let's do this, and haven't fully like thought through what happens after the fact they've done this. Like, you got your enemy's Gromp, you're alone against 4 people, but hey, you got that frog.
Yeah, if they can all be on the same page saying let's do this and all doing one thing, that's often a harder thing to achieve, right? Teams just getting all rowing in the same direction, and a mid play can become a good play if you're all on board with it, as opposed to a good play can become a terrible play if one person forgot and didn't get the memo, So, Dubby, how do you feel about Rise? Are you ready to count them into that higher echelon just yet? Because, Venom Crest, Int Quick, Lossless, Broad and Friends, like, there's so many strong teams around them. What do we need to do here to really maximize the value?
So after watching Rise Gaming play a lot now, I can definitely recognize they have a lot of individual talent. All these players are good on their own. And now the key for them is, okay, how do we get this individual skill and make it into a team skill? How do we start playing around each other? How do we start, maybe some people need to take turns being the carry, being the enabler, kind of just create this team synergy going. Because when you have a lot of great players, maybe someone doesn't want to take the break of being the carry player and take that step back. So for them, I think they have a great opportunity. They've shown the individual skill. Now we need to see them perform and come together as a team. They're 3-1, so we can't exactly deny and say these guys aren't performing already, but they have this extended split now. There's still 5 games left. They have this time to learn to bring themselves together. And once they get that going, I actually definitely see Rise coming in towards the end of playoffs in like probably a top 4, top 3 contender for sure.
Yeah, it's a team that could definitely play spoiler, right? With so much kind of explosiveness in that team, they can steamroll over games better than almost anyone else. And in at least in a series setting, you've got to be able to do it, 3 times out of 5. You can't just rely on that best of 1 victory. But for now, they can steal wins with this playstyle. So they're currently 3-1. They've lost to Venom Crest, which fair enough, but they did beat Rod and Friends so far, right? So they've got kind of 1 big win, 1 big loss, and some good wins over mid and low pack teams as well, with a pretty mixed schedule to get through the rest of it. Bulldog, this should be one that we'd be expecting them to win, right? Even if with the Sharpie back in the top side, with Harry Carry back on the main role, Rise Gaming have showed us a lot, and we're still waiting to see what Bulldog have in the tank for us. But Rory, you went back and checked the tapes in previous shows. We spoke quite strongly about Trizzy. And you've got something to say on behalf of, at the very least, of me, because I was on that desk. W, you're kind of you're free from this. You are not part of this, but
yes. I'd like to put out an official statement on behalf of the Four Nations desk for the Rise versus Paragon game in specificity. There's a word there. For the post-game desk specifically, and that is, Trizzy got sold in that early game so hard by his team. We came out laughing a bit, being like, the fella was 1-4, like he was the liability for. Nah, actually, rewatching that tape, Trizzy got sold about 2-3 times by his team, trying to get them out of a sticky situation. And frankly, you got to respect it. There's a lot more than just a scoreline at the end of the day.
Yeah, he is not fraudulent. It was in fact team diff. His Xinjiao is not washed. We're all very sorry, Trizzy. Deeply. We will hope to. We will. If we see your Xinjiao again, we will be properly excited and we will be positive on the desk, and we will not make fun of it at all.
Unless it's really bad, and then afterwards,
unless it's really bad,
we may still make fun of it. Yeah.
We'll come right back around and flip flop again, because that's what we love to do here. So, but we'll see what he wants to bring out for us. W King on Trizzy. Right now, we've accepted that he's not a fraud. What is your take on Trizzy in the wider jungle kind of landscape right here? Because this is a guy previously we've elevated as being one of, if not possibly, the best junglers in UK League. Yeah. And he's been around for a little while now. He had a little time off. He's come back now, but our jungle pool is very different than what it was. So would you be able to confidently call him the best jungler, maybe even a top 2? Like, where do you think he ranks? Because he's so important to this Rise Gaming roster.
So, like, for a jungle to be the top tier jungle, they gotta show they can do it all. They gotta show that they can not only be the carry, but that they can also play a bit of supportive roles in the jungle. Because at the end, draft adaptability is what's gonna carry you in these long-term best of 3, best of 5s. So Trizzy on a carry has shown that he's this. You know what? I would happily say this guy's one of the best in the league right now. Haven't quite seen it yet on a supportive style jungler, and until I see that, I'm gonna have to hold off to say if I rank this guy one of the best junglers right there. They are very good. They are, to be fair, they are one of the best, but to be the best, you gotta be able to do it both.
You gotta rock a Sejuani sometimes, you gotta show me those Sejuani mechanics. You gotta hit the glacial prisons, or you can't be the best jungler. That's the rules. We don't make them. Okay, right, we're into draft. Rise Gaming and Bulldogs Academy. First ban, Harry carries Karthus. Now that Harry carries back in the jungle, we go back to the Vertex bans of old. It's good to see you back there in the jungle position, my friend. And it is pretty jungle focused. And the Heimer as well. There's, now Mike's classics being taken away, but the Xinjiao has been removed as well. So they've clearly listened to our correction. They have accepted, as we have, that the Xin is not washed.
Absolutely not. And we're just seeing Tristana here, Bulldog Academy, I guess. Seeing how good that Tristana B1 pick was from the last game and just going, I'm not letting anyone near that.
No thanks. No. One game is enough. The Bard as well taken away. So a pretty eclectic first round of bans from Rise Gaming here. So at least this does leave Bulldogs Academy with plenty of meta power to take if that's the way they want to go. But they will not have their specialty picks to destabilize the lanes. We'll see if there's another Trizzy ban here, because we do often see things like the Kindred remain there as well. The Gwen, the choice instead, nerfed as it is. So there are still some Trizzy specials on the line, W.
Yeah, when you have like the blue versus red side, it's very common to see blue ban out like just favorite picks from red team, and red, they just gotta ban out the power picks, ban out the first picks. Well, Gwen getting taken away leaves the Varus open. It's something we've seen Sin play before. It's a champion they would enjoy. You know, some people do say Sin has a title of getting caught a lot. Varus is a champion that could put them on risk because they don't have that mobility. However, it's also Sin has definitely showed a lot of improvement this split in their own just laning and spacing awareness, so I'm not that worried about it anymore. We'll now see Nectarios matching that with the Ezreal, definitely a more mobile AD carry and something that can maybe just outmaneuver this Varus.
Yeah, it is interesting to note, I think, how well Sin has been doing, given the switch away from Jamsu as the eternal kind of support pairing for many splits on Ruddy Painkillers, on Broad and Friends, but now with Nemini, he's still actually performed very well, and the bot lane does not seem to have missed a beat, and Sin specifically has not seemed to have dropped off, which is great to see. Now, guys, why are we Shenning again? And we're blinding it again. If anything, we saw Loopy go up 40 CS on the Gnar counter pick last game. What's happening, Rory?
So, Shen is... People just... I don't know. I think it's just flavor of the month. I don't even think he's that strong.
He doesn't seem
Like,
that
to be
good.
picking early, and then the Yorick comes through, and Shen is like, oh no, what do I do now?
He's going jungle.
Like, how can
Yeah,
Shen
Harry
ever depush?
Take over.
How's he ever gonna depush? He's got
Yeah,
like
not-
0.5 auto attack speed. He has no AoE.
He's gonna ult into the team fight and then lose 2 towers for the
Yes,
privilege.
that's exactly what's gonna happen.
Okay, man. Well, maybe Harry Carey has the Shen to take the River Shen off his hands, but was because Sharpie is someone who previously was playing like Yone top. Like I was expecting something more of that speed, as the Kindred is taken for Trizzy as well. So the latent Trizzy special left unbanned, and he's happy to pick it up in the jungle.
Yeah, but now Rise is slipping into that thing I was talking about. They have a lot of great individual players, and now we're getting a lot of great individual carries. And if you pick too many, I'm on the strong opinion that you should really never go for the more than 3, because you might not have gold on the map to get all those carries ahead.
Is it Shen
Now,
jungle?
with the Renekton
Is it-
being hovered, this
Wait.
might be a Shungle angle,
Save us.
and I am all
Save
for
us.
it. There we go, Harry Carey. Welcome back to the Four Nations. Let's see your Shen jungle.
It could be
Yeah.
Shen support. It could be. It's unlikely. I'd say it's more likely to be Shen jungle than Shen support. But then
Yeah.
again, how on earth do you play Shen jungle into Kindred? That
dunno,
seems
man.
so miserable to even attempt to do.
Get 6 and hope. I don't know.
I was just thinking, like, it would be really cool if the Shen is top lane in the end and, like, Magpie picks up the Milio, because Rise are kind of forced to, like, pick a few more crowd control picks. But, like, if they only have 3 pieces of crowd control, then Milio just completely negates them. So that will be a really cool iteration. But now that we're seeing this Shen wild card in, frankly, I've got no clue what Bulldogs are cooking. But I'm very excited to see what comes out the pot.
Yeah, and props to Seltsam popping up in the Twitch chat, who was very convinced it was Shen jungle from the first breath and was absolutely correct. It looks at this point. We'll see if the support comes in, but likely expecting the jungle. So, guy knows his team, you know, even if he's not currently on the Rift right now.
I think like the only way you could play this into the Kindred, because Shen, they can clear jungle camps not that fast. So all you gotta do is Shen is just, you know, you got 6 camps wherever this Kindred mark spawns. You take that jungle camp, and then you just don't clear your jungle anymore until the next mark spawns. You sprint over to that one, take that
You
one.
ult
too.
to bot lane in case the Gromp gets marked. That's what you're doing in
Exactly.
this situation.
Yeah, you take one camp
That's the
every
only way I see it.
3 minutes or whatever the timer is. So that's how we River Shen in this league right now. We got through the second round of the bans. Mid lane focused for Bulldogs, trying to lock down BB Muffin. A good idea. He has been on a bit of a tear recently, taking away Rise and the Victor, though it was the Ari that he popped off pretty insanely on in the last game. Rise instead taking the Azir and the Rail, splitting the focus across mid and support. We'll see what the choice is going to be. Bulldogs, they take the Ari away themselves for Mike. So BB Muffin is going to have to think of something else.
Could he just play Syndra here? And like,
Good.
it goes crazy hard into Bulldog's team. Maybe
Shen
I'm
doesn't
coping a
love
bit
it.
much, because I'm a
Renekton doesn't
Syndra
love it.
enjoyer.
We saw a band last time. Devastating. Got a chance this time for BB Muffin. This is an old school mid laner. This is a guy who's been playing League for, let's be honest, guys, far too long. He's been playing
No,
Syndra
don't-
since release.
Don't say that, he'll pick a Nivea or something ancient. Like,
Oh,
it's
no.
just Silas. It's
No,
just Silas.
we're going current day. We're bringing the Silas out again. Something that has now become, it's just become fully meta at this point. We're seeing it in pro play kind of every single day. And now with the opportunity to steal a Shen ult, to steal a Renekton ult, which I love having on the Sylas, and the triple dash of Samari, feels like a very nice BB Muffin Sylas game. It is melee into ranged, but as long as he can handle the lane, he should be fine. And we actually had the Enchanter support for Magpies. So Ezreal Karma looking for maybe a little bit of dominance down there, Dobby.
Yeah, it's a good kind of like poke style lane. I mean, Ezreal, they don't easily hit the poke. The Mystic shots obviously have to land through the minions and everything. Karma, though, has a bit of an easier job to poke down this Varus. And Varus, depending on what build they go for here, it's gonna be interesting. You know, like when you're looking at this comp from Bulldogs, do you need to go on hit? Do you need that DPS? Or could you just opt in for the poke? Get them down, lower their HP so that Trizzy can come in with this Kindred and kind of clean them up, because you have all the DPS you could ever want on Kindred. So I would see a poke angle there. However, Shen, Renekton, they could get tanky. Maybe you want double DPS just to secure it. There's a lot of opportunities there, but I would like to see them go down towards the poke build. That way they can keep their range as well in this bot lane and try and deny this poke from this Ezreal and this Karma.
Yeah.
I will say, Rise have one loss so far.
They do.
Do you know what champ was picked during that loss?
Go on.
It was Yorick, baby!
Oh,
He didn't do anything!
I actually
Okay.
remember that
Useless.
game, yeah. They picked York and he did nothing. He didn't
Yeah,
spend
he
the
did
whole
nothing.
game, right? Yeah, true.
So
Yeah.
Bulldog Academy are probably over the moon seeing that pick
Yeah.
more than anything.
Okay. History
yeah.
tells us this is the chance. But so for Rise Gaming, I really like their 4-1 design that they have here. Obviously, Yorick wants to be left alone largely to do his own thing and get gold on the other side of the map. But I really like the 4-stack with the Varus, Kindred, Sylas, Alistair. So hard to kill these champions. They've got great options in terms of CC with even Sylas and the Alistair together. They've got kind of decent faux frontline with the Sylas absorbing that, and then Sin can deal damage. So as a 4-stack, I really love this. That gives Yorick space to not feel like he has to come and help them. However, it is a trickier way to play the game, right? Forcing the 4-1 and kind of enforcing that throughout larger stages of the game is pretty difficult to do. So Bulldogs Academy will see if they can get that one to work. They've got good dive options. We've got Shen jungle. We've got Ezreal Karma winning lane and bot lane, and Sharpie back in the top lane. We'll see if that is enough. But for now, we're going to go to I guess we can go to a little break, and we'll bring the casters back. This time it will definitely be Dubby and Bloxer. Benis does not exist. Never heard of him. He's never existed. Dubby, in fact, is going to be casting. So we'll see after a few minutes for Bulldogs Academy versus Rise Gaming.
And welcome back, everybody, after that short break as we now get ready for this game. Bloxer, you had a lot of time to think about this draft, to focus on it, to just vibe check it. How are we feeling?
It was good. It was useful because I was really stun-locked by it at the beginning, you know? This is a little bit odd in terms of compositions. I mean, we're not too divorced from what the current meta is overall. The Shen jungle, a little bit interesting, but to be fair, Shen actually in a very strong spot. The River Shen is not actually that strong at the moment overall, but at the same time, in this kind of composition, when you're playing up against the Yorick, having another champion who can go deal with him on the side lane, go join up, you don't have to be too worried about accidentally missing out on any jungle objectives if you have to take an early recall or something after getting poked out. I don't hate it. I think overall Bulldogs, their composition is going to be a lot easier to try to play out. They've got a lot of poke to try to play around, both in the individual lanes, and then once they get to the team fight, with a little bit of front line between the Shen and the Renekton. It's Rise Gaming's composition that I think you really have to be thinking about here. You cannot afford to fall behind on this composition even slightly, because there's far too many moving pieces, specifically with the Yorick in the top lane. Yorick is at his absolute best when you get a little bit of a lead during the laning phase, and then you just start mauling towers, drawing 1-2 members up, or if everybody has to go join the rest of the team in a 4v5, you just take tower after tower after tower, and it should be making your opponent's decisions with macro so difficult.
Yeah, definitely how Yorick should be played. However, last time we saw Nikki on the Yorick, it wasn't how it was played. Now, this is going to be a great opportunity for us to see if that game was just a fluke, if it was just a bit of a just bad setup, who knows what. They can come back now the second time around into, you know what, we were talking about this matchup. Sharpie was able to pick the Renekton into the Yorick. We still aren't too sure if that's like maybe the best counter pick and slot, but in the end, it's really going to be up to Nikki here to show them if they can get the split push going, because if they can, this might be a huge issue for the Bulldogs Academy to find someone that can match this split push.
Absolutely. If you can start to just push through this Renekton, make it so he's not going to be enough to get in your way and stop you from being able to take towers in his face, then all of a sudden you're dragging another person up there.
Yeah.
And then it goes from being just 4v4s to maybe even being something like a 3v4. Really, you just want to be making your opponent's decisions around macro really tricky, and that's the constant thing we're going to have to be watching. And the worst way you can do that is being a teamfight Yorick. Once you've got a ton of extra items because you've absorbed 16 towers in the game and you're 4,000 gold ahead of your opponents, yeah, sure, you can get involved in teamfights. Up until that point, you're never going to give as much as drawing away a Renekton, drawing away an Ahri would to these team fights, so that's where you really need to be. So we'll track that one through. Of course, we can't just focus on the top lane matchup though, because we've also got very interesting matchup in the jungle. We already touched upon the Shen, but the Kindred too. That one is something I have not been seeing too much. It's in a pretty strong spot at the moment. You kind of just have to get ahead early though.
Yeah, and we were also thinking about how is Harry Carey going to really itemize this Shen. Now, they've gone the Hail of Blades. I think Shen Jungle has two options. It's either Hail of Blades, or you can go Fleet Footwork for an extra bit of sustain. Now, with the Hail of Blades, we could actually see this whole Titanic Hydra Shen angle getting in a lot of fast auto attacks for a big amount of burst. Might not be the best thing to fit this comp, but it could be something to try and match this Kindred. We'll have to wait and see how this goes, but you know what? I think this is going to be a really interesting jungle matchup, as we're already getting some heavy trading in the mid lane here.
And this mid lane matchup is a little bit tricky to try to play out as the Silas, just for the basic ranged versus melee reasons. At the same time, though, if you can ever land one of those chains, you can one-tap this Ahri pretty effectively. Is there going to be the Conqueror build as well? So you're going to be looking for these slightly more extended trades right here as the Silas. We'll see if that actually works out, because Harry Carey is already in the area.
He's looking to get on the map early. Has BB Muffin has gone in first, and this might be a kill secure. Taunt coming through over to Faulty right there. And you know what? You might not have the crazy Zeltsam there, but Harry Carey, they match the memo.
Getting the push going right there as BB Muffin, definitely not the right idea. Draws him way out of position and opens up this River Shen to get a nice first gank off. And this is exactly what you want to do on the Shen. You want to get towards those tankier items as quickly as possible. Go full support, help out the rest of your team. You very much just need to be buying space for the Karma, Ezreal, and Ahri to be able to do their damage. Be interesting to see as well how the players are going to go around these marks that the Kindred's going to have, and then around these objectives coming up, the neutrals of the Grubs and the Drake. We're still a little ways away from those spawning, but we will see where the marks are. Right now, it is going to be the right decision from Trizzy. He's going to be in the area to grab his first of the game.
Yeah, this first mark is always, I have to say, as a jungler, it's annoying because it's a 50-50 of whether it's going to be top or bot side. And in this case, it pays off because it's on the side that Trizzy wants. And they can easily get their first mark of the game. Now it's a bit different, this whole mark side game, because it will spawn depending on the respawns from Harry Carry's camps. Likely towards the bot side of this, because it based off the reset timers and everything.
Yeah.
As Trizzy here doesn't want to let Faulty recall for free, will be forced to use the TP. Meanwhile, top side, another gang coming out from this Shen jungle. And Nikki forced to flash away, but Harry Carry takes that kill.
Nice to be able to pick that one up, and so far the River Shen really popping off, and this isn't even the point in the game in which you usually expect to see the Shen being in a good spot, but the gank so far been incredibly impressive right now from the Bulldog Academy jungler. And this is what we needed to see, right? Bulldog Academy have had a terrible time of it so far in the Four Nations. Haven't been able to pick themselves up a single win, are 0-4 at the moment. But so far, so good in this game. Of course, we're still very early on into this one, but being able to get a couple of kills down and some kills in some of these key lanes, very good.
We see some good experience from Trizzy there on the pick, waiting for this Grump to spawn, knowing that that's where the mark will come. And now it's a bit more interesting about where this next mark will spawn, likely towards the top side of the map. So I'd like to see Harry Carry be there on time to be able to pick up this marker around themselves. Now, they've opted in for a Ruby Crystal Giants belt here, so they haven't built any items to kind of accelerate the Shen's clear outside of just the base damage from their kit. So this clear speed from the Shen might slow down. Meanwhile, Trizzy here, opting in for the boots right away, has a lot of move speed and a bit of attack speed to really get them going. I mean, even BB Muffin as well, Lucidity boots secured. There's a lot of move speed coming out from this mid-jungle duo, so we'll have to see if they're going to use this little bit of an advantage there to get around the map faster and try and set up for some objectives.
Speaking of the objectives, we're going to have the Infernal Drake up and available already. The Grub's going to be spawning in under 30 seconds time. Right now, I think the Grub's going to be incredibly important. In any game where you've got yourself a Yorick, getting as many Grubs as possible is so key to victory. The Yorick absolutely loves playing with them, but the recognition is going to come through. Harry Carry once again going to gank the top side.
Stun coming through, Taunt will connect next, but Sharpie is stuck in the cage. They will be able to trade some autos back, but Nikki will be able to run out of this one. We do see Trizzy looking for some kind of invade into Harry Carry's jungle, but there is no camp available for them, so it's a good amount of damage trading onto this Yorick, as now they see Catchy, but the pet flash pulverize isn't enough as Nem messes up the combo, and that does mean that Catchy gets out alive, as there could be some danger in this top side. Harry Carry in a bad spot, but this is a tanky Shen, actually forcing Trizzy to flash away from this one. As you know what, overall, Bulldog Academy 2-0 up are looking very happy in this map state.
Yeah, everything going well so far for the Bulldog Academy, but the thing that they need to be watching, right, is how many marks they end up with onto this Kindred and what they can then do about this Yorick. Getting that first kill onto him was good. I think you need to be spending a little bit more time trying to shut him down, put him behind the curve, because so far, so good in terms of just the straight-up farm that the Yorick's been able to get, and now with all three of this first set of Grubs going over to the team with the Yorick, this is exactly what Rise need to do. The response from Bulldog isn't really there. There's a little bit of a cross-map play onto Sin, but he should be okay.
Tarius isn't confident enough there to dash forward and take some more, and as the Grubs is secured, look at that Scuttle Crab top side, giving another mark over to Trizzy, as this guy is just doesn't even need to get the kills to get these marks. They've picked up 3 on the map for free, and the Shen jungle pick isn't quite one that can instantly match an objective taking, right? When we saw Rise get the Grubs, Harry Carry can't exactly just start up the dragon right away, because again, they don't have any like damage in their items to boost the clear. They were able to get push bot side, so now with Kachi and with Narctarius, they can trade this dragon, but it's a bit late, and we can already see Trizzy moving into the jungle from Harry Carry, getting some extra camps, and we can see the CS lead in this jungle slowly forming, but hey, we'll take the Infernal Dragon. It's a good objective for them to secure.
It's good Infernal Drake. individual Drake to be able to pick up for yourselves, and actually the decision making kind of bites Trizzy back because the mark gonna spawn down in the bottom side straight up where Harry Carry is. That one's gonna be taken away. Not ideal. You really want to be getting yourself to those 4 marks as quickly as possible. Really unlocks the power of this Kindred, and I think in this composition very specifically, where you are potentially going to be fighting a lot of these in 4 versus 5 situations because of your Yorick, you really need your Kindred to be in a good spot to be able to deal a lot of damage, but also to be able to survive long enough to be able to place down that ulti when he wants to, rather than having his hand forced right at the very start of a fight.
Yeah. Now, one lane I want to talk about is this mid lane, because we haven't exactly seen much yet since this first gank came out from Harry Carry, giving that kill over to Faulty, right? We will see them now recall out of this one, TP up in a moment, so they might be able to use that in time to get to this mid lane to catch this cannon wave. But we haven't seen too much yet, except a good CS lead over to BB Muffin, hitting around 15-20. It's a nice thing to be, considering that you have this melee ranged matchup. You wouldn't usually expect the melee person to get that farm lead. So we'll have to see how that pays off, because they're both looking to build towards what I can only presume is the Rod of Ages right here, because that's a very popular item right now. And whoever gets that first is gonna have that opportunity to start stacking some health and get that scaling going. As Harry Carry top side again, but doesn't look to engage onto Aniki.
Now for the minute, everybody just going to go back to farming a little bit in the top side. Bot side, though, might have a little bit of explosivity. Nectarius and Kakashi at least going to step up for themselves right here. Not going to be a Drake to play around, not for a while at the moment, but some stolen camps at least for Harry Carry, making the most of having spotted out Trizzy down towards the bottom side of the map. Could potentially also then turn that around into a gank. Reckon there will be a ward down for Anarchy, but that doesn't necessarily mean you can't slip in as the Shen and still get involved in that lane.
Yeah, and with the grub picked up from Trizzy, that should put them on the 4 stacks of their passive. I like what they did there, taking the mark off Shen, because, you know, as a jungler, you're always going to mark the opposing jungler first, but they clearly saw this wasn't a game where they were going to be able to kill the Shen early. They have now opted in to mark Nectarius' Ezreal instead. Is an interesting choice, because again, Ezreal might not be the easiest person to kill. Flash barrier up, shift available. However, if you do manage to kill this Ezreal, that's a great opportunity to just excel this map. So taking that mark there is a good opportunity to force something. However, we now see Trizzy moving topside towards Sharpie. Good opportunity to potentially pick this Renekton and look to dive them instead. But for now, they won't look for that.
Not quite going to be the decision right here. Next set of grubs going to be spawning very soon. Less than 10 seconds on those of both of the junglers in the area. You've also got that completed Heartsteel onto Harry Carry, so he's going to be in a slightly stronger spot if we end up with these two going head-to-head. You can see multiple members coming down, though. Anarchy.
Charm connecting as they manage to kill Kindred before they can pop their own ultimate. Faulty forced to flash away. BB Muffin's chains don't connect as there is a scary Yorick Stand United used in the middle of the team fight to keep Faulty alive. Nem forced to flash away. BB Muffin split off to the side, and now Aniki taking down Sharpie on their own, but will retreat back to their tower as they are on the hunt. True Shot Barrage flying through, scores a goal between two, but Harry Carry with the taunt chases them down, getting 2 more kills over to the side of Bulldog Academy.
Where has this Bulldog Academy been throughout the first 2 weeks? They're looking way better right here, fully getting themselves involved in this game, and a good couple of kills going over. The fact that Trizzy doesn't even manage to pop the ulti before dying there is insane, but the CC lockdown was there, really well executed out of Bulldog Academy, and now they're going to be able to pick themselves up. 3 of the grubs don't give over all 6 to a composition with something like the Yoricon squad.
We do have to keep in mind that the whole time it was 1 because Bulldog Academy sent 5 towards the grubs. Sin, alone in the bot side, has taken down 3 plates and is going to be comfortably sitting on a good chunk of gold right here, because you know what? A bit of extra gold in this Varus could be what they need to bounce themselves back in, because that's a huge amount of poke that will land in this mid game. And this roster from Bulldogs, they don't have any healing to sustain through it outside of catchy shielding. So if they're on point with these shields to negate as much Varus poke, it could be good. But we'll see here, Varus now recalling, buying the Swifties, getting the Yumus as well. They have their first items going. I'd have to say like Yumu's is an interesting purchase there. They might just want to be very, very mobile on the map. I
Yeah.
might have expected something a bit more, aggressive for an item, but for sure not a bad pickup.
No, I think in this situation, right, when you're up against so much poke and the aggression of both a Renekton and a Shen, just having extra mobility, extra speed to be able to try to get away can be very helpful, especially in a situation where you don't have yourself the cleanse or anything. Okay, gets jumped here. He does have flash, just gonna have to blow it, and unfortunately, Chains of Corruption just gonna go wide from Sin. It is at least gonna push Harikari out, and they should open up the Drake right here to Rise.
Yeah, Shen without a flash is a bit sad because a flash taunt is such a great combo to be able to use there, but they were definitely in a place they didn't need to be, and this will mean a dragon goes over to Rise as they'll happily pick up the Chemtech dragon there, as we'll momentarily see what Soul will have on the Rift. Kindred Mark on the top side means Harikari will be able to move over there very soon to deny that, but honestly, I'm thinking Trizzy's very happy with this game state because sure, you would love to have like marks through kills, but
Yeah.
marks through camps, they work as well. You same stats at the end of the day. If I remember, they've stacked 4 or 5 at least so far. So if anything, they're getting a bit faster than you would see with kill stacking. And this is a good opportunity for them to ramp up. Rod of Ages now completed on the Silas. But overall, how are we feeling about this top lane right now? This Renekton split push now with the Triforce, is this going to start coming online strong?
Oh, hang on, Faulty might go down here. Nemone, he doesn't decide to go for this one. Did have the ulti available, could potentially. No, you can't go now. The second that Kakashi arrives, you have to just pull away from that play. Yeah, indeed. So with the top side, as we may well see another gank coming through from Harikari, he's at least hovering in the area. Now that you've got this Trinity Force completed, you are in a much better spot once you start hitting the towers, but it doesn't particularly help you in actually trying to kill Sharpie. What you're relying on right now is Sharpie going and getting involved somewhere else, taking a bad reset timer or something. The second that you get given access to the tower, you will just melt it.
Charm missing. BB Muffin's chains go wild as they focus down this tower. Here comes the CC combo. Stand United from the Shen will come through, and that will be a very dead Nem Alistair, getting themselves a good trade for a tower. But they have left Sharpie on their own top side here, so we'll have to see if he can try and push down a tower themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't think he's going to be able to, not with Anarchy already heading back up towards, not even going to be able to hit this tower whatsoever. And this early game really has been Bulldog Academy favoured. That being said, they haven't really been able to turn these kills into any sort of gold lead. Right now, the gold practically dead even at the moment, and that's a little bit worrying, right? You should be further ahead, but they're falling behind a little bit in terms of just pure CS numbers. In fact, there isn't a single CS advantage across the board, I guess, other than the supports, in which case, we're not really counting that.
For sure, and we'll have to see how this plays onto the mental game from Rise, because when you see your 0-5, you might feel like you're losing and not realize that actually, guys, we're dead even on this gold. And if anything, that could be a problem for Bulldogs if they see their 5-0, think they're a bit more ahead than they are, as Harikari secures that Grump, but gets stuck in the middle of a whole fight, and Nikki dropping very low, Trizzy dashing away from the taunt, no one getting taken down yet, as the Chains of Corruption are used to stun up Nectarius, as both TPs are committed. BB Muffin dashing in on their own, gets charmed up by Faulty, but Trizzy is there to help them out. No one getting taken down yet, but both teams heavily grouping towards the side of this Herald.
Yeah, the Herald very much going to be important. Again, anytime you've got yourself a Yorick on squad, you just want to begin getting these towers down. You don't want your Yorick spending time taking these tier 1s. It's going to be all about that tier 2 push that really starts threatening on towards the base. A little bit of aggression right there out of BB. Actually goes in.
Dashes back in, will get stunned up as Kachi tries to flash away, but gets taken down. 1 kill over to the side of Rise, as Faulty's desperately trying to play this fight from behind. Nectarius on the Ezreal just showing up now as Sharpie dashing away on 1 health. A taunt coming out from Faulty does get the charm, and that is a kill back. Nectarius with a lot of damage, could look for more, but Trizzy does have the Lounge Despite available, and we're in a pause, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know why yet, but we'll have to see what happens as Bloxer talk about this fight.
Pause tech coming through right here, clearly. I was very surprised that BB decided to take that set of chains, right? That was a very aggressive situation in which to decide, yes, that abscond abduct is a good decision. But he does manage to up the kill onto Kakashi. At the same time, though, yes, you managed to pick up that kill. That's good. You then immediately die yourself, and I think it depends on what comes from the back of this one. The Herald doesn't actually get taken down, I think. The fight ends up breaking out instead of that objective fully being taken. And so, can you turn that around into still being able to grab that for your team as Rise, or has that kind of taken a lot of the wind out of your sails? Because there's a lot of low health members, and Nectario's currently more than happy to step up, actually manages to get that snipe off as well onto Nemni, and yeah, I think unfortunately it just wasn't quite the right decision out of BB Muffin to go in there.
Yeah, Nectarius getting themselves that kill puts them in a very happy spot. We see the tier having been, actually no, not upgraded yet, but getting close to full stacks. As this is a very low death from game from the side of Bulldogs Academy. And this is exactly what you want from their side, because at this point we're talking about these Trizzy stacks a lot, but that's the only way they're going to get any stacks is through these camps. They get another one there, but they would be on so much many more if Bulldogs would get any deaths, but they're just not dying. And now when we're looking at this fire here, they come off the respawns faster, are able to pick up the Herald, and this is exactly what they need to try and take down some of these towers if they manage to secure it, and it looks like Rise is just going to have to give it up.
This is the thing, right? You're very much going to have to try play out these fights pretty quickly, try to burst either Faulty or Nectarios down, which is really tricky to do. You have some poke because you've got yourself that lethality virus, but into a composition with the Ari, with the Ezreal, with the Karma, you don't have anywhere near enough poke, and it's making playing around these objectives very, very tricky. You see, Rise have to go flying in with BB Muffin taking ill-advised chains, and there's a reason for that, because if you don't just go in and grab that initial kill onto somebody, you're going to get poked out, you're not going to be able to step up. You have to be around these objectives first in order to set yourself up for success.
For sure, and Faulty's opting in for a bit of a different build than we've been seeing some Aris go. A bit of like the older build here with the Malignants and everything. They do have some good damage, and this roster from Rise is quite squishy right here before this Rod of the Ages stacks up. So maybe if they can get a lot of damage in, they can try and look for some kind of full fight, clean ace breakthrough. But they haven't overcommitted yet, and I even like seeing them give up this dragon because they picked up the first one. They can give over 1 or 2 Hextechs to just buy themselves some time and try and pick up some towers to get some more gold on the map. We see Harry Carry hovering on Sharpie topside, meaning that this Renekton can get a solo tower to themselves, and it's just good gold pickup and a nice trade from them.
Yeah, like you said, trying to buy time, getting yourself further into this game, exactly what you want. The later and later we go, the more you're going to be able to do with this Kindred. And once you can get a full build Yorick down, even a slightly lost team fight or a badly managed wave can spell absolute disaster. We'll just start mauling straight through these towers. For the minute though, Bulldog Academy still going to be in the advantage, although again, they've only managed to get themselves about a 400 gold advantage. And that makes this a very precarious position to be in, right? Yes, you're up in kills, but without being up in gold, look at all of the shutdowns currently available to Rise. If they win a fight, they're all of a sudden going to explode out to a 2,000 gold lead.
And it does show some good patience coming through as BB Muffin dashes in, steals the Spirit Rush. Taunt will not connect, and neither will the Charm. Opting to dash back in, wanting to change on the Faulty, who has one more dash available. Can use it to buy some distance as Harry Carry, last damage dealer left, won't be able to take down. As you know what, I have to give respect to how aggressive they're playing. Meanwhile, topside, Catchy getting caught off, giving a kill over to Aniki, getting themselves their first kill of the game. And Harry Carry taking the Herald will run into the bot lane tower. Doesn't quite have the damage available as they are looking to fight BB Muffin under this tower. Very, very brave, but this is a good opportunity for Rise to bounce back, because meanwhile, Victorious, we get the end of that, takes down Sin. BB Muffin still on the chase for Harry Carry, will force the flash from the Shen, and again, Shen no flash available. Topside, however, we do see Rise having started up this Atakan, TP coming in, but once again cancelled on the main side, shut down for Trizzy onto the Renekton, as they will look to take down the Atakan, dropping down very, very low, smite secured, pickup, and the withdrawn effect coming in clutch. Trizzy flashing forward, looking to take down Nectarios. Ezreal has damage, but it's not enough. Another kill going over to this Kindred, and there's a big shield coming out from Remy the Rodent, who stole the ultimate from the Shen, and with that, Rise have taken the gold lead in a sudden explosion.
What did we say? The second that you lose a couple of these shutdowns, Rise will be up by 2,000 gold. Well, look on your screen right now. It's slightly more than that, in fact. And it is just so unfortunate. Bulldog Academy, despite the fact they had that kill lead early, really hadn't been able to transition that into any sort of advantage. They were behind in CS pretty much across the board, and now the towers are going to begin to fall. This is just not a tenable situation to put yourself in as Bulldog Academy. You can't begin to lose towers out to the composition with a Yorick.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a scary because also a lot of those shutdowns all went over to Trizzy on this Kindred. I don't think they actually got any marks particularly because it was still onto Harry Carry, but they've gotten more than enough marks just through playing this game in the jungle clear. They recalling on a Triforce and a Ruby Crystal. I would not be surprised if they pick up a full item there, as there we go. Black Cleaver and extras picked up.
Wow.
As this is a lot of gold to this pick. And you know what? Trizzy is going to look very scary in whatever next fight they choose to take.
Absolutely, and I mean, you saw multiple issues going on. That was a fight across a lot of different fronts throughout those plays, but the biggest issue I was seeing was not just the towers going down and losing out on the Atakan, it was just the fact that BB Muffin was unkillable. There is currently 0 anti-heal bought for anybody on Bulldog Academy, and that means that this Silas with the Riftmaker, with the Rod of Ages, is healing so much, he's going to be practically unkillable if you can't one-shot him.
Yeah. These items are just going to get stronger and stronger. We're seeing Varus here hasn't exactly gone on the scoreboard yet themselves, but that's fine. They haven't even upgraded their tier yet, and that's still stacking about 33 stacks to go. And we can just see the pressure that Rise can put on this map. All they needed was a little gold lead to just explode the game in this favor, and we're seeing that come through now as they are trying to siege down this tower. 4 members from Bulldogs Academy there, desperately trying to defend it, but everything there is more than enough to take it down. We even see BB Muffin on the top side pressuring it on their own as they're actually flanking around from behind.
Okay.
Bulldog Academy might be in a bit of danger unless they can try and focus down this Silas. CC Lock coming in clutch, and they will catch a bit of an overextended Silas pick there.
What?
I see the image. I see the image. Go for the flank. The rest of Rise weren't quite ready to, you know, dive into the base of Bulldogs quite yet.
Oh man, okay, yeah. I love UK League of Legends. Sure thing, buddy. Sure thing. I mean, right now you are dead for the next 20 seconds. Right as the next Drake is spawning, your team would have loved to be able to pick up that soul point. Might still be able to. Harry Carry kind of caught out here.
They get a taunt onto Trizzy, but Nem is able to peel them off. Dragon has spawned, and they're going to rush this right away. Silas up in 5 seconds. TP available, so he will be able to join the end of this fight. Trizzy, with all the range needed, is actually damaging them over the towers. It's going to be a smite fight secured by Harry Carry, but now they need to see what they can do in the fight as the TP comes in from behind, and they are falling one by one. BB Muffin taking the Spirit Rush, going to have all the resets they could ever want. Lamb's Respite used, as there is just a Sharpie Renekton desperately holding their own, and only one member from the side of Bulldogs Academy can escape.
It looked so good right there for Bulldog Academy for the first 10-15 minutes of this game, but unfortunately the composition just got online, and one of the problems that teams at this level really run into is not having the same level of macro that you need to deal with things like the Yorick, honestly, like the split-pushing Silas. We've been seeing the Silas in more sidelines so far than Anarchy has been able to, and right now there's a push through the mid lane, push through the bot lane, and then the Baron is going to be picked up as well for Rise. This game has completely flipped on its head, despite the fact that they're only up by 1 kill at this point. It's going to be a 9,000 gold lead, the advantage here for Rise.
Faulty working as the Shen delivery system there, as they will teleport in, but the taunt won't connect onto Nikki, and they're going to have to try and trade back here. Nectarius opting in to take the Hex Gate on their own, as they will take down Nem, and they're looking for more. Trizzy doesn't have a jump available quite yet. Kachi putting the chains onto one, will root down this Kindred pick, and that's another shutdown going over to Ezreal, followed through with BB Muffin desperately trying to save their jungler, and this is a bit of an overstay from Rise, dropping a few of their Baron buffs and giving some essential shutdowns over to these Bulldogs carries.
Yeah, they're going to be able to close that gold gap just a little bit right here, our Bulldog Academy. Hopefully get themselves a little bit further into this game. Right now, it's very much just Faulty and Nectarios, who can really try save this game, but it's very tricky to do so on these champions. They need some frontline to be able to stand up to the opponents at the moment. Everybody getting burst down very quickly. Still, Rise make a couple bad decisions, push a little bit too far forwards, and do lose themselves those Baron buffs that they would have been able to use potentially to crack open the base and win the game. Things slowing down a little bit more. It's not necessarily a good thing, though, when there's a Kindred on the other team.
I think essentially there, one of the Baron Baron buffs to survive was for Aniki on this Yorick, and you can take the 4-1 comp there, since Sin's Varus also has it available. Group around the Varus, leave the Yorick on their own. Bot lane inhibitor has already been taken. Now this is just Rise. They need to group. They're currently very spread out on this map. They're clearing jungle camps when they
They're
should
chilling.
be clearing the towers. But you know what? I guess they're just giving themselves some time to get this Yorick to push up. And it will only be a matter of time before, here we go. Now they start grouping it together, and we're going to have to see if Bulldog can defend their base.
Interesting that actually, once again, the decision right here out of Rise is not to just leave this Yorick alone, but instead to try to push around him. Potentially, they think they can just find a pick on somebody going over aggressive. Not going to be spotted out right here, and with the waves crashing on both the mid and the top lane, makes the defense so tricky. Oh.
Ooh, BB Muffin dashing in, dropping very low as even everything is used to keep them alive. And they will get out of that. It's gonna be a bit of an interesting choice from them. I like the aggression, but you know what? If they do this at a wrong time, they will get punished. Meanwhile, topside, they can now move everyone over there. Harry Carry forced to flash away again, as now they can look to take down these last two inhibitors standing. BB Muffin having now since not even TP'd back into the fight because he cancelled his recall to take down this mid lane inhibitor. As Trizzy dashes into a charm, and they do have the Lancer Spite available if they look for too much. A nice headbutt will keep Faulty away as Nem may be sacrificed right there as BB Muffin dashes in, gets taken down, trades 1-for-1 as Sharpie is killed. Faulty desperately trying to get some damage in as Trizzy pulling the trigger on their own ultimate, keeping themselves alive for as long as possible. And now Rise can clean house. Triple kill over to Sin, and with the support being available, last member standing from Bulldogs Academy, this will be a win for Rise, bouncing back from a slow game, but ending up with a win with over 10k.
Yeah, I mean, the early game, it wasn't ideal, but this is the thing with this kind of composition, right? You're not necessarily looking to win the game early on with a Yorick, with a Kindred. Those are champions that want to get further on into the game. Gotta be honest though, BB Muffin on the side, a couple questionable decisions, was very aggressive with it, but was so sick on the side lane, was able to draw a lot of pressure, actually did a lot more split pushing in that game than Anarchy even managed to do, and just was able to pull members around, make it so it was tricky to try play out that game. Bulldog Academy, they've got to do a lot of looking, right? Yes, you get yourself a gold lead, but a kill lead, but the fact you can't convert that at any point into a CS lead, into some towers, there's some real problems for this team, unfortunately.
This is like the second or third time we've seen this exact situation come from Bulldog Academy. We saw it similar versus Broad, now again versus Rise. They get early kills, they get themselves on the scoreboard, but they don't convert gold in return. And this is where they're seriously lacking, because if you get these kills but don't get gold and then the opposing team get gold instead, you end up staying net neutral even, and it just kind of gives you this false sense of security. Or even more so, if you're playing against these better teams, if you're even in gold, you will not succeed. So that's really how we need to see Bulldogs play. Early game, they're fantastic. They need to try and rotate it a bit more, get themselves something going. There's still plenty of games left. They have a lot of opportunities to learn on this and improve on this, but with games going by week, it is getting a bit closer for them.
They're really going to need to be able to turn this one around. It's a good win there for Rise. Bulldog, they've got to change something up. I'm not sure what it is going to be. Otherwise, yeah, looks like it's going to be another one of those last place finishes staring them down. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, and that is it for this game, as I get to throw it to the desk one more time to break over down last points before we discuss about our next game there. So we'll see you guys on the desk right now.
Thank you very much, W. Again, yes, sadly, the verbal transition was lovely. The physical, not quite so much. One day...
It just seemed like you got attacked by a wasp or something. Just like...
yeah, just like... but it's fine. Okay, so Rise taking the win against Bulldog Academy, winning in isolation across the map, but Bulldog managed to pretty regularly create plays to stay even in that one. Rory, what do you think was kind of was leaving the door open for Bulldog to get it back in here? Even though the goal was even, it was 7-1 in kills at one point.
Yeah, 7-1 in kills, but unfortunately they weren't really able to convert their kills into much meaningful objectives on the map. The good news from Bulldog is their main weakness is probably the easiest to fix,
Mm.
and that's just farming. Right, that's
Just the
something you can go into a
minions.
practice tool or
Yeah.
like with a Mei or with a substitute, and you can just practice that down.
Yeah.
But it's just a core fundamental, and frankly, that is one of the big reasons why they lost this game. Is what they were meant to in an even game. They would have had a mid-game gold swing in their favor, and that means
Mhm.
they could have snowballed upon that. But in an even fight against Rise Gaming, who are probably like one of the best team fighting teams in our league, like you're just not going to go pound for pound with them.
Yeah, for sure. And it did really start to hit when those team fights came around. When even though they didn't look they were picking kind of bad fights necessarily, they didn't seem like terrible decisions, but they should have been 3k gold up when the
Yeah.
kill board looks like that, right? And we're going into it even. It's just pretty tough to play it to a team like Rise now. Now, Dubby, are we docking points for that Rise early game? Because as much as they did a farm way better, individually great in the lanes, we can't just
Yeah.
be giving 7 kills over it, can we? We can't just be doing this to anybody. Because that's a veteran crest. You're not winning that game.
I think it mostly came off just like unnatural League of Legends playstyle coming from Bulldogs with
Yeah.
these early ganks from the Shen. You know, it's something that caught them off guard, but I wouldn't call them sinners for that because Trizzy just did an excellent job to just take down marks in return and just be able to compete gold. So yes, the mistakes made were mostly just because like the kills that they gained were also just situation where Bulldogs put them in an awkward spot to lose out
Yeah.
on gold. It wasn't clean kills where they get a kill, a kill and don't lose anything. It was a lot of getting a kill but giving gold in return, and that's why I wouldn't call Rise sinners there. I think they play this game very well.
I
Yeah,
would just add-
and
Sorry,
yeah.
if I could quickly jump in.
Yeah, of course.
How useless did Shen look compared to an Ivan? If you had an Ivan, that
Yeah.
game would have gone crazy.
I mean,
like if you're gonna commit to a supportive jungler, like pick a good one is what I want to say.
pick a good one. That's
a
the
good
message
one.
to take away from this one. Now, we are gonna keep this one a little bit short because we are gonna move on to the next game ASAP. But very quickly, because Rory, you didn't have to cast as well. You didn't have to do 2 things, so we can give you the hard question, or maybe not the
Ooh.
hard question, but the difficult question, the brutal question to ask.
Okay.
Are Bulldog Academy escaping relegation this split?
Ooh. So the first game was Sharpie. But even still, Sharpie
Seven
did look.
kills in the laning
Sharpie
phase.
did look a little lost when it came to the mid game. So I'm saying no. I actually think they've already dug too much of a trench to dig out of.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Dubby, do you have any faith? Do you have any hope? Any light at the end of the tunnel?
I want to say yes, but no. I'm just gonna leave it there.
That's
It's
unfortunate.
fine.
A simple no. We'll see if Bulldog can upset the expectations of our desk. We've already issued 1 official correction today. We were open to doing it again. Okay, just putting it out there. If you prove us wrong, we're happy to say it. But for now, we're going to have to go to a break. We can get the second round of desk and casters in here to take it away for games 3 and 4. Plenty more 4 nations coming at you this evening. Thank you very much, Rory. Thank you very much, Dubby. And we will see you all after the break in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second half of Week 3, Day 1. I am Brackish Brit and the desk, which for once I actually pointed in the correct direction. Ooh, get me. Bloxer sticking on around. I know. Well, we were discussing in the green room beforehand why you would ever want to do a thing like that. And Paz and I is joining us as well. Missing a 0, but I'm sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's 100 eyes today, apparently.
Slightly less.
I mean, when you get to that sort of number of eyes, does it really make that much of a difference?
Yeah, no one's really counting that high, right? No one's checking. So like I could miss a couple and no one would know.
Well, I think we could say that the start of today has been decisive is the word I would use. The early game doesn't seem to matter very much.
It doesn't if you don't do anything with it, right? Like, if you get yourself a couple early kills and then don't convert them into any leads, unfortunately, then early game doesn't matter. At the same time, if you've got yourself a very early game focused composition, but your opponents have things like the Yorick and the Kindred and the Silas, yeah, unfortunately, the late game is going to be important. I think if teams want to play, you've got an extra 900 eyes, by the way. You've had them included in.
Got the eyes
if you
back, there we go.
want to be aggressive early, I think teams need to index into it much harder. We've seen these sort of straddling the line comps where they're kind of like, oh, I could play early, but kind of play late too. No. If you're going to play early, just do it.
Just commit.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen the decisiveness in two different forms, right? The early game, decisive in our last game especially. It was just looked solid. And then just as soon as it flips the other direction. There is no waffling about it between. There's no holding around.
Speaking of waffling around, we'll keep it to a minimum as we go towards our next game. Belfast Storm taking on Venom Crest. I'm not sure which team we're going to see first, but I'll let Zoe figure that one out for us. If we go across to Venom Crest, I mean, what can we say about this team? They are still pretty undisputedly the kings of the league. Like, they lost a game to Inquick, but in every other game that we've actually, seen, that loss was off screen. They've been extremely dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's still up to anybody else in the league to be able to show that they can beat them. Inquick obviously is kind of coming in like playing kind of not standard, so it's going to throw people off. And I think maybe as season goes on, Venom Crest get a little bit more wise to it. That's the league as a whole becomes more wise to it. That might start to fall off. Venom Crest, we know they are good. They have been good, and I don't think anything really changes despite the loss.
Yeah. Well, across the rift from them, Max, we've got Belfast Storm, a team that's been around for, well, pretty much as long as Four Nations has been back. This season, though, is a little bit different. They've had a harder time of things.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth look for them so far. They beat Paragon in one of the craziest games of the split, and it happened in the first week, and they don't manage to win against Broad and Friends, and then don't manage to win against Rise, but dismantle Bulldog Academy. It's been a really odd look for them so far. To be fair, though, when you look at these names, you expect some pretty good things from Belfast Storm, and it does feel like this team is very close to being there, very close to being able to put it together. Been very impressed with the way that Tofu's been playing so far. I'm hoping that he's going to get some interesting picks today. If he can get on something aggressive, I think that's how this composition looks best.
This is a team that's been marred somewhat, this season especially, by, it feels like, somewhat disjointed communication. In fact, there was a replay that we wanted to show that showed Jamsu going into a fight, and there were a good 3 or so seconds before the rest of the team could actually get in to assist him in the play. Part of that was the backline getting counter-dove, but when you're all coming through one choke point, you do need to come through as a block. Otherwise, stand as one, die alone.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those, like, they understand, hey, this would be a really good play if we can make it, but not dotting your I's and crossing your T's, right? Like, not making sure, oh, can we actually make the play? Yes, it's a smart play. I'm in position to do what I need to do. Is everybody else there on the same page? And that's kind of the hard part when you really get into higher level competitive, is just making sure everybody's on the same page.
And you know who that's not going to fly against?
Yeah.
I don't know, tell me.
Max, do you want to fill her in?
Yeah, so when it comes to teams that play nice, clean, calm, collected League of Legends, it's been Venom Crest in all its iterations for the last, 3 years at this point, from the top tier teams that they put out. to the teams that they've got in UKL Division 4, 3, whenever. There's often a lot of these teams. They all just have such good discipline. It's something we've been talking about for these rosters for a while. I would have loved to have seen their matchup up against IntQuit to see what went wrong. If they did get out macroed, that would surprise me. Or if they got hand stiffed, that would surprise me a lot less. We won't know that for now. But in this game, if you are going to come up against a team who have some shot calling mistakes, who aren't necessarily all going to be following through on each and every play, Venom Crest are perfectly positioned to be able to completely dismantle them and really punish on any slight misstep.
The true question then is, using all of your 1,000 eyes, how can you sort of look into the various futures and see at least the beginnings of a recipe for Belfast to take a win off them?
I mean, I think it's just cleaning up the mistakes, right? Like, if Venom Crest are going to punish the mistakes, Belfast have their highs. Can they stick with that? Can they actually hold on to what they are doing well while fixing those small mistakes that will get punished by Venom Crest? That's kind of the question, and it's just an execution thing, alongside getting a solid draft as well that they can execute on.
That's going to be a very important thing to do. We will be getting on to draft shortly. I have just been informed by production that Venom Crest are going to be losing a ban this game. The specific infraction wasn't mentioned, but we'll get through to that very, very shortly. So at least we know that in advance. We don't think that they are going to, just disrespect a ban. Just like, we don't even need 5 bans against you.
They lost it, they can't find it. Maybe they'll find it for their next game.
Jungle change is
I
the
see what's
thing.
occurred
Yeah.
here. That is not Phrase in the jungle.
No.
We've got Galaxy coming in. So seems like we've got an emergency substitution coming in. And hey, all the better for Belfast Storm. That might be just that thing that knocks Venom Crest off their usual rhythm.
Possibly. Already seeing bans come through. Nefiri, not really a surprise. That champion has been very, very good. Just can take over games. And when you're looking at, again, teams that know how to get a lead and abuse it, Venom Crest can absolutely do that with a champ as strong as Nefiri.
Yeah, such a
also got-
strong champ.
I just noticed they've also got Buzzy. Hang on. Buzzy's a Venom Crest player, is he? Or are they...
Hang on.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Good.
Okay.
Right,
Thank you,
still-
production. Okay, we aren't going insane. Galaxy is the swap out. There
only
is a
sub,
slight
yeah.
error on the
Still proper panda. All
overlay.
good. All
Not to
good.
worry there. So, despite that lost ban, Venom Crest we see still paying respect to Shadow of Chains. We have seen Riven ban after Riven ban after Riven ban. And that's probably not going to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, very unlikely that we're going to see any difference there. Interesting that it's going to be the Ivan pick. And while we're waiting for this B1, I would just like to say that Venom Crest are all psychopaths, because who skips the second ban in your 3 bans? Who doesn't skip the
You know
last
what,
ban?
I think they did that just to mess with you, man.
I'm baffled by that, genuinely. Vi first pick, that makes sense. That makes sense, at least.
Yeah, Vi getting grabbed has just been absurdly powerful. Just sets up team fights, sets up picks specifically. And again, we said from the beginning, Belfast Storm, they make mistakes. Vi, very, very good at capitalizing you being out of position. If you miss position, boom, Q, ult, you are probably killing at least one member of that team.
Absolutely. And looking forward
Yes.
in the draft at least, there is one elephant in the room, and that's quite fitting considering the champion involved. Bust is very, very good at one very fat man, and he has not been banned.
That is true. We'll have to see if that is going to come out. Unfortunately for you, Brack, I'm far more excited by the fact we're actually getting to see the real dive composition. You know what I was saying? Hey, don't 50-50 yourself between dive comps. This is what I was talking about. Pick yourself up the Kaiser in this situation. You can just go very aggressive. And hey, if you want a full dive composition, this is going to work too. Gragas also going to be locked in. As you said, it's a bust special, oftentimes banned away from him, and for very good reason. And it works well with this kind of composition where you're going to go flying into the backline. You can also split people up, make it a little bit easier to catch somebody out alone with that cease and desist from the Vi. I really like this as a 3 pick for the first half of this.
Very nice setup. I'm interested to see how this, once if this Alistair gets locked in for the side of Belfast Storm, it will. We've got a sort of a plan starting to form up. Belfast Storm seems to much more be standard, stick together, don't get split apart by especially the explosive cask. And then you've got a fantastic little insular sort of bubble where Seraphine can throw out shields and heals and roots and encore through the entire team and just provide so much value that Venomcrest might not be able to beat through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of setup and a lot of, like, ability to create space for something in Belfast Storm. There is not that critical piece yet. We have not put together what this composition is trying to abuse to get the win as of yet for Belfast Storm, and I'm very curious what that is going to be, considering they're waiting so long for it. Talking about Venomcrest, though, we're also talking about a team that has so much pick potential right now already. The Kai'Sa can fly in. Gragas can split everybody. You now have a lot of options for the Kai'Sa ult to go in a lot of different directions, to go with the Vi. You are, you know, how many times have we seen, like, oh, Gragas can ruin the team fight opportunity, but if you're just using it to split people up to just create multiple skirmishes, it is now the engage opportunity for your team.
Okay, interesting that they're going to pick up the Ambessa right here and decide to leave that ADC until the last pick. Sorry, not that ADC, that mid laner most likely until the last pick. See what it will end up being. It could well be an AD mid laner. Something like the Tristana could potentially work in this situation. You could also just put the Seraphine into the mid lane if that's the movement you want to go towards.
So the Ambessa does sort of put a little bit paid to my say, oh, we're going to stick together as one block, because Ambessa obviously is going to want to find a backline target. That said, with the composition Venomcrest putting forwards, where even is the backline when this fight's happening? Kai'Sa's going to want to jump in with the Killer Instinct, follow
They're
up on
on
a cease
top
and
of your
desist.
Seraphine. Your Seraphine has just been murdered at the point at which you're looking for the backline. The Rakan 2, this is a gorgeous composition right here out of Venomcrest. This is so aggressive, the kind of composition that you fall behind on slightly and just FF15, there's no way you're coming back from it. But if they're able to make it work early on, if you're able to be aggressive right here as Galaxy, really show up as that substitute in need, and they're going to round this one out as well with the Yone, another champion that can just go forward, and also makes you really question what you want to put into the mid lane, because a lot of these very safe mid laners that you would usually be looking towards in these sorts of compositions, things like the
Safe
Orianna,
isn't the word.
Azir, no, you can't.
This is not the
step up
word
here.
that Wicked tries to live by. The games that we've seen him do well are the games where he's able to be proactive, where he's able to tilt the scales in his favor, and both Aurora, both Akali are champions that very much can do that. You see what he wants to opt for. It will be the Aurora to finish it off, so still got some nice disruptive elements to it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing that I was looking at. I think the Aurora is a better pick in this scenario. It's simply because the ult will just disrupt the engage, the dive that Venomcrest very, very clearly want to go for, right? You don't want to allow them to just hit one CC, hit one ability to go in and have everybody else follow. The Aurora ult is a huge amount of space that is going to slow you down on that, and that gives time for the Seraphine to back away, for Alistar to get in position to protect that team and make the team fight a little bit easier.
So, I mean, looking at these compositions, we know you're quite happy with what Venomcrest are showing off, Max. We've got the aggression, we've got the dive, there's no umming and ahhing about how this composition's going to go. What about the Belfast side? Like, how well equipped is this composition to deal with what Venomcrest's putting down? And do you see the sort of avenues for them to twist a little bit here, poke a little there, and make a fight sort of very much lopsided in their favor?
I think they definitely do. They've got angles to be able to play through the early game. The Xin Zhao, a very potent ganking champion. You've got a little bit of lockdown that can make hitting that public execution a little bit easier for Shadow of Chains. We've seen quite a lot of those go wide when you don't wait for a piece of CC to happen first. At the same time, though, I do just worry that at the point at which this fight starts, somebody's already dead. Either Wicked or Little Pants has just instantly popped, and those are some big ultis to be missing out on originally, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be that they have lost out at the start of a team fight. The team fight may not have even begun. If you get hit by a Prey Seeker out of nowhere that Skylark's able to land, that gives you the vision that you need to then go flying in as Bust. You can just use the ulti as Skylark and then pick up your kill right there, and we know that Venomcrest are incredibly proactive. I don't dislike this composition out of Belfast Storm, I just worry with Venomcrest how aggressive they are as people and how aggressive this composition wants to be played, that they're just going to get run around.
With that in mind then, Thousand Eyes, is like, who are you looking at to be the crucial difference maker for Belfast Storm in, say, the first 15 minutes of the game? That if a certain thing is done by that certain person, you go, all right, okay, we're cooking a bit. I actually think that later game fights are, doable.
Yeah, I think it's got to be coming from them making the first move. Belfast Storm cannot be waiting to react to the plays that are being made by Venom Crest, because Venom Crest have better playmaking tools. They're going to be the ones pulling the trigger first, and they're going to pull the trigger better. So what you need to do is you need to get this Alistar to get going, get something moving, so that Venom Crest don't ever feel safe to pull that trigger. Get something top lane. Send that Xin Zhao into the top lane so that Mbessa can start to gain control up there, and use your engage opportunities when you have them, because as soon as you just sit back and wait for the engage, you're already in a losing position.
Well, that was quite a paragraph of Belfast Storm winning. I feel like, Max, we're going to throw it to a little bit of break because we're a little bit way out from game, but I want you to, you're probably going to be able to do it in a sentence, but how does Venom Crest do this?
Go in right away. I mean, first 3 minutes, I want Viganks, I want aggression. There's bot lane somewhere you can play around 2. I just want to see aggression all across the board.
More than likely we'll see it, but as I said, we're still a little ways out from the game, so we are going to throw it to a short break. When we come back, we've got Harold and Luna bringing the game to you from the caster desk. See you in a few.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the follow, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkest skies. The champions of the world that we defy. I saw the roar of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the
Hello, one and all. We are back. I am Luna. I am joined by what many believe to be a very handsome, mustachioed man. But if we move the Nar out of the way, we will soon see.
Good evening,
No
everyone.
longer! Still a very handsome man, but no longer mustachioed. Clean shaven and baby-faced. I'm ready to go for this game. Venom Crest versus Belfast Storm. And honestly, I don't know if the desk could have broken down any better. Have you got any thoughts you want to add onto what they said before we head on to the Rift, Harold?
I mean, it's a question of whether you can make enough space with the threat of the dive you have on Belfast. It's a question of whether you can get the pick first. It comes down to whoever pulls the trigger first. So the thing is, it's easier to pull the trigger on Venom Crest side. So
Certainly is. Cease and desist into, oh no, my Seraphine's dead. What do I do? On the flip side, you've got a very standard Xin Zhao Seraphine composition. Audacious charge into Encore. If you land it onto more than one person, it's a pretty deadly combo, especially with an Ambessa ready to go public execution into all of my damages AoE. What are you going to do? We'll see how it goes. It'll be very interesting to see just how these fights play out. But I'm gonna be that girl, Harold. If if you had to put your money down,
I mean,
where would you be
Oh.
putting it?
The house always wins, right? Gotta put it on Venom Crest. You know, they're still the better team. You know, the substitution coming into the jungle, Praise out, and Galaxy in. I do still think they are the more solid team. You know, Air is just a little bit too good, in my opinion. So, but as we are getting
fair.
into Summoner's Rift today, we see Skylark with the LPL 10-year anniversary chroma on IG Kaisa. Nice touch.
Very nice touch indeed. Now, I'd imagine it'll be a pretty slow level 1. We'll be waiting, watching, and hoping that these two junglers find something in the early stages of the game. Both of them very heavy early ganking junglers. The question is, will they find anything? And honestly, I'm not sure.
A little early invaded to get some vision on Tofu's early pathing. The word is spotted, but it is not traded back. We see, Fuyu walking up, getting some information. Oh, sorry, not Fuyu, Little Pants.
Brian the Lion is Little Pants. Jam's
Yeah.
doing Little Pants. That's not a lane I ever thought I'd see.
Well, this is the UKL. We come bearing gifts and surprises every day. But as we see,
Apparently
we're
so.
settling into the first few lanes. Nothing major in terms of keystones, anything particular. We see a teleport on the Seraphine, pretty standard teleport answered on the Kaisa, by the way. So I don't think anybody's expecting too much scrapping, but Seraphine does a deceptively high amount of damage in the early laning phase.
Certainly does, but also burns through that mana very quickly. I think is the other important thing to note there. Could use the headbutt there from Little Pants to just make sure Proper Panda can't get the ward away, keeping vision. Continuing to be a nuisance. Talking about Seraphine damage, Proper Panda just dropping below half health there. Much poke coming out.
He almost gets one shot, you know?
Yeah. Who'd have thunk that the Rakan is quite squishy level 1, even with those Fey Feathers?
Yeah, as we see, early trading in the lanes probably going around what you would expect, range into melee in the mid lane. You'd expect early push for the Aurora. The amount of burst damage the champion has is honestly too much. But who are we to question, Papa Freak's decisions about the game? So humble casters are we of the second tier of English divisions.
Well, we may not be able to talk on the balance of the game. We definitely can talk on the way it's played. Both junglers pathing towards top lane in this game. Makes sense. The bot lane likely going to be rather uninteractive. And I mean, let's be honest here. If this Ambessa gets a lead, the game is suddenly much harder.
Yeah, but Bust has been consistently the best performing Gragas in the league. Like, without any shadow of a doubt. For sure, giving him a run for his money, but still really just performing really well on the pick all around. But as we see, more trading in the bot side, level 3 for every side hit. But that wave is a bit of an awkward situation for the Belfast Storm bot lane. They might lose a cannon here, which is quite substantial, especially in the early game, as you're trying to rush towards that last chapter on the Seraphine. But as you see, mid gank.
We do force the flash at a Wicked. Galaxy could continue to keep looking, but is instead just going to continue on towards this bot side. It's just going to be a trade of scuttles, but you will take the flash off of this Aurora. It's a very hard champion to punish at the best of times with 2 dashes in kit, no matter how small, as well as a stealth. So getting that flash out early, very helpful, but Bust very low under tower as Tofu finds them and becomes lightning into Audacious Charge, and that tower is nowhere near charged enough. Tofu, off the back of a beautiful trade by Shadow Chains, will pick up the first blood.
Bust, here's a tip, and the spear behind it. So, the first blood goes down to the exemplar of the... Not the exemplar, well, just... The standard? No, the exemplar is Jarvan. I'm not sure. I'm doubting myself. Nevertheless, Bust gets punished for early trading power by the Ambessa. Resets, gets a lot of mana sustain. He really just wants to spam Q at range, basically.
Yeah, you want this Ambessa to be nowhere near you in the grand scheme of things. See both junglers down towards this bot side here. See just how things pan out. Looks like they're both just going to continue to clear. Tofu sitting on that tunneler, managing to clear camps as they spawn. And Galaxy sitting on double longsword.
The matchup between Zin and Vi is quite interesting because it used to be very Zin favored for the longest time, and then Vi just got a series of buffs that just made her one of the best early game brawlers in the game. She has the ability to match Lee Sin's early damage in the river. So this champion has gone from one of the weaker duelists in the early game to just being one of the best, as we see here, taking down the Drake and Wicked out of mana, but Tofu is there to punish her.
So it's going to be double flash as Buster started to move down. When comes Lightning, will secure the kill, but a full combo will land onto Tofu. Skragus does a good bit of damage. Propaganda has roamed up from the bot side to try and find a pick. Tofu going to take the grand entrance, is ignited, will take the cask, and it'll be a shutdown going across to Bust. Wicked got the reset off and TP'd back in that time. Air doing the same. All the meanwhile, first dragon was secured for Venom Crest as Skylark rather, up in this top side. They want objectives, they want grubs, and they're going to take them whether you like it or not.
Yeah, the early rotation comes through, secures them priority. There's a bit of a scuffed reset timer, and also, the death of Tofu kind of makes it easy for us to secure the second objective. As we see here, Wicked having decent trades into Air, but Air is maintaining... is it too punny to say an Air superiority in this lane? Sorry, not sorry, viewers, but as we
My
see...
silence should speak volumes.
As we see, keeping up on the Yone, Yone has been staple, whether we like it or not, in the mid lane in pro play for the last, feels like forever. Well, 3 years and 2.5, I would say.
Yeah.
We've seen go through many a one iterations. We've seen the Conqueror, we've seen the Lethal Tempo, we've seen the Grasp, we've seen Fleet. So many options as we see a fight in the mid lane now.
There is an engage. Going forwards aggressively. Does have that Q3, but will instead use the Fate Seal to safety. Good roam from Little Pants to force resources off of this Yone and start to try to unlock Wicked a little bit. But with the ultimate down and no kill off the back, Sorora is going to find themselves in a little bit of trouble if they are left unattended.
Little Pants misplaced that somewhat. He had the flash available. He could have flashed in front of the Yone during the Fate Seal and stopped the dash from going the full distance, and then probably Wicked would have had enough damage left in the tank to just take down the Yone. The Yone has no flash. It could have been punished, but as we see, he might be punished for greedy pathing.
Might be indeed. Galaxy knocked over into the pit. Cease and desist used. Wicked is moving down, but Skylark's first one there. Flash goes down as non-core tags onto 2, and Tofu has found their way onto Skylark. Not able to use the Killer Instinct. Beautiful usage of the Seraphine ultimate there, and Tofu just making sure Proper Panda cannot save their AD carry with that ultimate of their own.
Yeah, I mean, considering Proper Panda doesn't have an ultimate, kind of difficult to use the ultimate to save his AD carry, but yeah, very good combo coming in from the side of Belfastorm, punishing the overextension. I thought, Lil Pants was the one overextending, but I guess his team just really, really likes cows to be alive.
They didn't want beef burgers today.
Yeah. You can't milk those, you would say.
They've gone vegetarian for the day. Whether that is true, we'll find out as the game goes on and we see builds start to come through. Meanwhile, Tofu 3-1-0, and Desk had said, if Belfast Storm are going to find a way in this game against Venom Crest, our defending champions, they have to be proactive in this early game. And I think there is no better person to be proactive than this Xin Zhao, a very strong early ganking jungler that can snowball incredibly effectively.
Yeah, it's one of those champions that if he gets a lead, he just becomes so obnoxiously tanky and so obnoxiously powerful, even in terms of damage. Getting an early Sundered Sky makes it so that you can never trade into this champion. And as I say that, he completes it at 9 minutes. That is one strong Seneschal. But as we see a little gank coming here from Proper Panda, but damage is not enough.
A very good use of the Rift Between Worlds there. Just to buy a little bit of space and get out of the knock-up from Proper Panda. Now, Harold, we're at that point in the game where it's not a massive lead. In fact, the gold's quite even. But if you were Belfast Storm, what would you be looking to do in this moment, knowing your Xin Zhao is this strong?
well, you're probably looking to deny every single objective that you can. Venom Crest are one major objective away from completing that feat of monster slaying. So you want to try and deny that win condition as much as possible, and you want to work towards yours. But as we see here, Air might be in a bit of a pickle.
Could be. Galaxy is here. Knock up onto Little Pants to stop the headbutt coming through. But it goes onto him instead. Cease and assist onto the Cowboy. Unbreakable Will has been popped. And Tofu is here. Queuing over the wall to safety from Galaxy. Wicked flashes forward. Proper Panda's here with the quickness. But he's not quick enough. Galaxy will fall. Tofu will pick up a fourth. And the Dragon has just spawned. Going to try and get this wave under, I would wager, to allow a bit of space to the mid laner of Wicked. In fact, no, it looks like they might be going towards the top side looking for those grubs. What do you value more, Belfast Storm? Find the answer to your question soon. For Galaxy, 2 seconds left on his death timer.
As we hear, Jamsu is just farming away. He doesn't really care about this Kaisa. And I think he could even look to punish. He does have the ultimate available, doesn't burn it, doesn't one-shot away with it. But as we see, first item completions are coming through. For some sides of the map, we see the Roa completed the Rod of Ages on the Gragas. Sunder Sky we were talking about before. The Ludens completed on the... As we see, more fighting
It's
in the river.
a lot of wasted time from the Belfast Storm jungle support duos. Tofu is in the middle of 3 people. Tries to use Nature Charge to safety, but it'll just fall to bust. The entire time that Galaxy was dead, they were sat in mid-bush looking to punish onto Air and Proper Panda, and they found nothing. Galaxy returns, and they're able to find a beautiful pick. Shadow Chains now moving now to try and find something along with Wicked. A lot of damage coming down. Rifting Worlds has been popped. As Galaxy is nearly popped. Public Execution comes in, able to find the kill for Shadow of Chains. Sidestepping everything he can. The dashing on this Ambessa is disgusting. Meanwhile, Wicked is rinsing Proper Panda. It has arrived, though. Fate Sealed tags onto Wicked, and this Aurora will fall. A teleport coming in from Skylark, and it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. But a single grub went over to Venom Crest.
Oh boy, Belfast Storm. There's no time to speak!
Air is getting caught out. Tofu and Little Pants have found their way onto this Yone. Tries to use the E to safety. Will fall. The exhaust was popped. And a dive onto Jamsu leads to kill for kill. With a kill on Bust for a kill on Skylark. That kills Jamsu. Yeah, you know what? You wanted diving, you wanted fighting, Black Blockster. Are you not entertained by this game?
I mean, yeah, but still, what? Why are we overdoing this? Like, the gold is even. After all of this, the gold is even. What is happening? Why are we doing this? Why are we overforcing every single fight like our life or our tournament lives depend on it? It's one best of one.
Funny.
Fair enough, but I mean, that's my reasoning, but I don't play in the UKL First Division. But as we see, the map state is relatively even, but now your Xin Zhao's about 20 CS down the jungle. You know, he has scaled up in terms of the kills. You know, he has that lead through, you know, viciously eliminating his adversaries in the river. But as we see, Enchanter build coming through for Jamsu on the Seraphine. Okay.
Does lead
okay.
a little bit of concern about the damage coming in, but Seraphine a very avid user of these enchanter items, so it might not be the end of the world. You'd expect maybe 1 damage item to come through, but that Moonstone is too good to pass up a lot of the time. 1 single grub remains. 1 went over to Belfast Storm, so this will not be a mark. That being said, 2 dragons and 1 set of grubs means Venom Crest have feat of monster slaying. I believe Belfast Storm got the feat of warfare. I believe they had 3 kills before Venom Crest.
Correct. They had the 2 early kills in the on the Xin Zhao.
So we are just waiting to see who gets this first tower.
I mean, I would assume it is going to be the side of Belfast Storm. They do have the better early side laning. You know, the Ambessa just gets to push, but you know, the Gragas does get to just clear waves, but you don't really get to poke towers. As you see here, more fighting. Proper Panda gets caught out.
Beautiful cancel onto Proper Panda. Wind comes lightning will tag. And it's not quite enough damage. Jamsu, the beach rock goes ever so slightly wide. The cancel does not mean anything. The quickness and the flash used from Proper Panda, though. So it's Ricard going to have a much harder time finding Engage in the next minute and a half.
Next minute and a half, but there's not really any solid objectives coming through on the map. We've got 2 minutes on the next strike. He's going to have that ultimate available at the next fight, unless you just want to fight to burn cooldowns or you're trying to oversiege one turret. But as we see, Busty being back top lane, proccing the phase rush, he has the lead. He has the roar plus the last chapter completed, so he is quite powerful.
Indeed, he is a Sambessa sitting on full eclipse, so that burst cannot be underestimated either. We can see the wave being pushed in on the bot side, however. As in comes Galaxy, cease and desist into the Killer Instinct. Public Execution try and get to safety. There's a lot of dashes coming through. Flash misses from Galaxy, but still everybody is able to find their way to stick. And while there's a solo kill in the bot side, Galaxy will take down Shadow of Chains.
And, we were praising Belfast Storm for having the early pressure, for having the early control. We thought, the sideline were going to be theirs, but then Wicked just falls in the 1v1 to air, and the Shadow of Chains gets punished by the 4-man unit of Venom Crest. And at this point, you would assume they would punish by just pushing in the mid lane really hard. But you don't have the time, you don't really have the push, you don't have the damage. The first turret goes down for Venom Crest, and that is Beats of Warfare completed for the reigning champions.
Certainly is, and they're already on the Herald as well. More than happy in the situation they find themselves in. This gold lead is 3,000 for the reigning Snakes at the top. Belfast Storm, they started strong. We'll see if they can pull this back in their favour. Tofu and Little Pants sitting just on the edge of Fog, looking to punish something mid lane, but they can wait and wait and wait. It's nothing to be found.
Nothing to be found because Venom Crest don't want to be found. They need time. They still need items on their key carries to make sure they can take this game by the scruff of its neck. The Kaisa, comes online at the 3-item mark. Everybody knows this by this point. The on-hit Kaisa, you do want the triple evolve to make sure that you can take over every single fight. But as we see here, Tofu might be able to catch Bust off guard, but it might be Little Pants. But I was about to say something that would have gotten me delisted from the caster group, but the powered up group. Little Pants?
Kick onto Galaxy. In comes the stun, Encore tags onto Air on the back side. Fate Seal blocked up by Tofu. And that's a double kill for Wicked. A teleport in from Skylark. And when everything looked bleak, the shining light of Jamsu shows itself once again.
The Venom Crest might have air, but Belfast Storm do have that wind that becomes lightning. Tofu finds the tip of the spear, finds the engage, and Jamsu's ready with the follow-up. The turret will go down. The gold deal is still 2k on the side of Venom Crest, so you are still in not the greatest of the situations, but your team fighting is really strong. It's a question of whether you can single out those targets. As we see here, Bast might be off vision. Shadow of Chains might catch it now. They definitely know where he is now. But as we see here, this will be a 5v5.
Galaxy has arrived, and it may be the first big team fight is the game, as you say. Busted on this flank, uses the blast going to get in and finds immediately onto the back line. A cancel onto the initial jump in from Ravana, but he does find everybody, and suddenly the fight is alive with fire and lightning. None of it in the Storm's favour. Venom Crest sink their teeth into Belfast Storm, secure a 5-0 clean ace and soul point.
Have we forgot that this guy is literally him? This bust on the Gragas, they know he's there, and they just seem to forget. He finds the perfect flank. He finds the 5-man cask. He finds the disruption in the team fight that Venom Crest needed to clean up the fight. This is textbook stuff. How are we not tracking this? This is sloppy from Belfast Storm. It is great from Venom Crest. It is genuinely amazing that you're finding all of these engage every single time. But you cannot disrespect this player.
Look at the lack of vision in the bot side. From Belfast Storm.
They have no vision, but they knew he was there. He popped the Mega Shriner's Bloom. They knew somebody was behind them. You have to respect that. You have to somebody marking the backline. You can tell in my tone I'm angry about this. It is just bad.
Well, that is a very clean fight win coming through for Venom Crest. Not only are they now 7,000 gold in the lead, they're also in the kill lead, which they haven't been all game long. We'll see if Belfast Storm can pull it back But in order to do so, you have to find one hell of a fight.
Yeah, now the gold lead is 6k, 7k gold lead from a 2k gold lead from nothing. From that one fight, they get so much. There's 2 items completions coming through on the major carries. You have the Black Cleaver completed on the Vi. This Vi that was so bullied out in the early game by Tofu Xin Zhao. It just hasn't mattered. Galaxy's just been so consistent in the jungle, farming up, being on his camps, having good rotations that even if you fall early behind, he is still 40 CS up. The gold is there. And
Most certainly is.
I don't know. I'm still baffled by that one fight.
It's a bit of a fight here as Galaxy is on the flank. In comes a quickness. Finds onto Shadow of Chains, who can't use the public execution of safety. It's a double kill as Wicked fell at some point in that fight. I'm sorry, we both missed that. When did that happen?
I turned my head for a second to check something, and then I see a double kill. And Belfast Storm just capitulated. All they had in the tank was done in the first 10 minutes. You had Tofu having some great finds. Had Jamsu following up. You had the Little Pants who, with his comeback, he was doing really well. And then now we're at a 10k gold lead almost.
Yeah, very nearly. I think a big problem is Belfast Storm are struggling to find ways to get Jamsu into fights. Because you need this Seraphine there. This Seraphine is so much your survivability, and so much of your follow-up engage, that if she's not there, you can't fight.
I mean, at the same time, why are you fighting away from the Seraphine?
Also true.
This is an issue we've seen with Belfast Storm before. They are very disjointed when it comes to team fighting. They have good side lane management. That's when they pulled their win. Then their wins have come through side lane management, having the stronger carries. But when you don't have the stronger carry on the side lane, when you do have to team fight, we've seen, they've just been on different pages at the same time. As you see here, Little Pants might have found the flank, but the Hyper Supercharger comes through and Skylark is safe.
Safe as can be. Minute and a half on this Soul Dragon for Venom Crest. It's the next thing in their sights, no doubt. As we can see, just a little bit of attempt to get vision from Belfast Storm. The Chemtech Rift, these Scryers, they make it so difficult to keep vision down. You can see 3 wards cleared in half the time it took to place them.
As we see, taking back control of the river, thanks to the Strider's Boom, thanks to the gold lead. You have this fight that at this point she can dive on anybody and be fine. She has the 3k HP, she is strong. You see, might be looking for an engage. The Vault Breaker comes through, but doesn't land.
Air flying in. In goes Galaxy as the Grand Challenge is used. Flash used from Galaxy as the Rift Between Worlds goes down. Proper Panda finds the way onto Little Pants, but in goes Shadow of Chains onto the backline, but immediately charmed up and Rinse down has to flash away. Air's in the middle of everybody, finds a 4-man fate sealed. In flies Skylark and goes unstoppable. Air finds Jamsu. Tofu's left on the back and is about to be made a meal of by Galaxy. A cancel on the audacious charge. One more hit, and it's Little Pants versus the world as Wicked is pushed home and Bust is about to make steak with this cow. Never mind, it's gonna go to Galaxy. It's gonna be pummeled. It's gonna be a smash burger instead.
Damn, now you're making me think about my lunch. I had a smash burger today. But yeah, no, to be honest, Venom Crest just took the game by the scruff of its neck after that great team fight. This was never a question after that point. You had the strong early game coming through from Belfast Storm, but it wasn't enough. You weren't able to punish enough. The rotations coming through from Venom Crest, they're so clean. They're so just incredibly good. They're able to punish the overextension. They're able to punish the reset timer. And what can you say about this team at this point? What's left to say to this team? They fall into Intquick, but at some point, even gods do bleed, but they're still gods.
That they are the defending champions, looking to be defending for another split going, and they're making a damn good case for themselves. As you say, they fell to Intquick, but even kings, even gods, even celestial beings bleed. They find one little nick in the armor and drop to a knee, but they are down and not out, and they are proving that game after game after game. They are looking to maintain their crown. They are looking to polish off their throne. And Belfast Storm are just a rung on the ladder in their journey back to the top.
Yeah, I mean, Baron is starting to go down. That is now a 14k gold lead. Will we see the famed 20k gold lead in one of these games?
It's possible. We can see Belfast Storm looking to try and gain access to this Baron to play to contest with Propaganda, and Bus doing a wonderful job of playing Gatekeeper. Belfast Storm forced back into their base. One pick is all it takes. Wicked not able to find it onto Galaxy. Propaganda now stepping forwards. This top lane inhibitor tower is the only tower left standing outside of the Nexus towers, stopping Venom Crest from sweeping this game in convincing fashion. Air finds an knock onto 2. Good bit of poke going down. You can see Skylark. He's looking, he's waiting, he's wanting. These Void Seekers landing. The public execution goes wide onto Air, and everything in the tank is being used slowly but surely.
That is a raw public execution. No CC landed, no nothing. That is desperation coming through from the side of Shadow of the Chains as the Between Worlds go through.
It does indeed explosive cask as well, but Wicked is blown up. Encore tags onto only one. Down goes Jamsu as Galaxy is alive. And with 3-4 members dead, it is Shadow of Chains versus the world. And they will go for the dive. And with that, Venom Crest send the Storm into disarray further than they were before. Venom Crest take the game.
Yeah, honestly, clean win by Venom Crest. It looked a little like scary in the early game, Toph getting the early kills, getting that early item on the Xin Zhao, making sure that he used that early game prowess to try and get the tempo of the game on Belfast Storm's side. But then just Venom Crest just keep turning it up every single time when it comes to that 15-minute timer, when the rotations can be punished, when the towers are squishy because the plates are gone. Every time they turn the heat up, and nobody seems to be able to stop them.
Absolutely, they do. Belfast Storm are the ones to fall to this heat today, and Venom Crest are on a tear. Only rivaled by Inkquick so far. Blocks are said on the desk. He wanted to see this team comp go in, and go in they did. Go in hard, go in fast, and go in for the kill, which is exactly what they found. Now we're going to throw to a very quick break, I believe. But when we come back, hang on. Production. Is it break or is it desk? It's been a while. Desk. Never mind, we're not going to break. We're going to the desk for them to break down this game for you. So don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss the analysis.
We're writing.
Oh. There you go.
Well,
oh.
I got a notebook here.
Mm-hmm,
Now, I don't know if you can read what I've said, but teams who have committed crimes. Belfast Storm. How many times do we see Bust absolutely decimate teams on the Gragas, and he still goes unbanned?
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of world are we living in? Have we forgotten the lesson of laws? Do I need to bring that back? Do you remember what that Fiora did a couple of years ago? It's the same. It's the exact same, Max.
It is. Get rid of it. I mean, the Bomber was looking so good throughout the mid to late game of that fight.
It was looking like 1992. They were jumping around.
Oh. I hate your jokes so much.
Yeah, no, wow. I mean, so we were kind of talking during the game about just like obviously the Gragas, but you look at just what needs to happen for Belfast Storm, and they got it a little bit, but the problem I think we saw too was it was all the money was on the Xin Zhao, and as soon as Xin Zhao started to struggle, as soon as one death happened, all of the momentum was gone, and there's just no way to get it back. Your Mbessa's not going to be destroying them enough. Your Aurora is not going to be blowing anybody up. Your Seraphine is not doing enough damage. There's nothing to, lots of setup, but not for what? There's just nothing to actually slam dunk everything.
It's kind of what you said, Max, was that this is a composition, or Venom Crest was a composition that knew exactly what it was, and exactly what it wanted to do, and exactly when it wanted to do that. Belfast Storm draft a composition that was mostly wanting to play front to back,
Yeah.
but then you added an Ambessa to that, who is meant to be a dive threat. Then you had a Xinjiao get ahead, so he was trying to be a dive threat. But when the rest of the composition isn't set up to support that, it all seemed to fall apart. As you said, like as soon as Tofu was no longer immensely ahead of the curve.
This is the thing, right? This is a classic Venom Crest game where they go down a couple kills early, are up 3,000 gold anyway, and still turn it into a victory because this team just absorbs gold from nowhere. The second that you have a little bit of an issue in your draft, they know how to exploit it so incredibly quickly, and their composition just worked, right? We're looking at Bust and his Gragas as a specific awesome thing because it's Bust Gragas, yes. But I think almost any top laner with this Gragas right now would have loved it because in this specific situation where you've got a composition with a couple of issues with what they're really looking to do, and you've got a very solid composition that wants to go straight in, and you can just put a barrel into the middle of everybody, split them all up. It makes that ability to go team fight immediately so much easier because you get to pick one of those members who have been punted away from the rest of the team, go kill them, now you're in a 4v5, and you can win the rest of the fight.
Absolutely. I want to pull the curtain back slightly on what it's like to be me, because I can't hear the phrase, it just works, without having to physically restrain myself from saying, thanks, Todd Howard. It's a Bethesda meme. Todd Howard's the guy in charge of Bethesda. He just said, it just works, and it became a meme around that. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
What we can talk about, though, is, I mean, are we just MVPing Bust? Is that a valid thing to do, or do we think someone did?
No, it was Bust. Like,
and we're
did
gonna
you
keep
see the
doing
TP
it
playing?
until you guys actually ban the Gragas?
Yeah, just get rid
I feel
of it.
like it's like everybody
The thing is, that's not even like we're rigging MVP. Every time he has picked Gragas, he has had an MVP performance.
They're rigging it. They're giving him the Gragas, and I feel like it's a mix of like, oh, it's just Gragas, but he just equalizes every lane. You can never beat it truly,
Yeah.
and then you just get to the team fight phase where he's just gonna do what he does. I don't know. I think it's a lot of ego saying like, yeah, it's Gragas. He doesn't like beat you. Well, yeah, you also don't beat him, and then your entire lane that you picked with an Ambessa to try and snowball doesn't snowball.
Yeah, and from there forwards, you have a very specific plan that just isn't going to work anymore. And so, Belfast Storm still struggling a little bit. We definitely liked what we saw in the early game, but yeah, again, another game where the early game just did not translate to later game success. Venom Crest, they play their sort of mid-game, not needing to worry about those first 10-15 minutes, and they also somehow got all of the objectives. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
Their Venom Crest, that's how that happened.
Might as well be.
Yeah.
We have got one more game coming up after this break. We've got the actual top of the table, Int Quick. Wait, did they lose? No. Are they at one loss as well now?
No.
Undefeated right now.
Still undefeated. I know you have something to say about that, but you're going to have to wait until after this break to do that. They are going up against their former Division 2 rivals, Symbol, after this break.
stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last
Welcome back, everybody. We have one more game to come, as I said. Just before the break, Div 2 rivals. They who promoted Inquick and Symbol are going to be our final game of the day. I alluded to something you were rather excited to talk about, Max.
Indeed. Again, though, I am a little bit sad, right? I have never cast a Warwick game. The 2 times Warwicks have popped up was last year on the single broadcast that I decided I wouldn't attend and would go and do something else with my life rather than talking about League of Legends, and on the one game of the week that we didn't end up seeing last time. We got a Warwick top lane. We're not going to see it again because it was Watley who was filling in, pulled out the Warwick, and just smacked around Venom Crest with it. We just saw how good Venom Crest are as a team. Well, Warwick superior, guys. What can I say?
Just the Watley effect, I suppose, and the Warwick. It's the triple W, I guess. the Watley Warwick.
Triple W. Okay. it starts to get.
He's going
confusing.
digital. World Wide
Yeah.
Web. There you go.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, looking at this
Right.
matchup, especially when you're looking at standings here, like
He's back on track.
we're looking at standings here. This seems very similar to just our last game. It's a middle of the pack team versus one of the current top dogs. The difference being, Inquick does not play like Venom Crest in any way, shape, or form. So
This is a team of 5 very, very skilled but very stylized players, as we have brought up here. And of course, we always stand our girls in the league. Karina and Kitten Lee have been breaking necks in their very respective roles. I am like one objective steal away from just calling Karina the Pirate Queen at this point.
People need to stop giving her Neferi. Please
That
and thank
too.
you. If we're talking about crimes, you better get your notebook ready once again. The Karina Neferi
If it happens,
has
I'll
been
do it.
popping off recently. Like you said, constantly stealing away these objectives, just getting far too big a lead. And just the meta right now feels like it suits Karina so well. She's so
Yeah.
good on these very aggressive jungle picks, and the Neferi feels like it is that incarnate.
yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it just kind of goes crazy. If you can snowball really hard, you can go crazy with Neferi, and that that champ is crazy right now.
Yeah.
I mean, like, let's just scratch the Neferi, though. That's almost just the MO of the whole team.
Oh,
You've
absolutely.
got Kerberos, one of the most creative top laners you can think of. You've got Dragdar, who is, statistically speaking, just the strongest AD carry we have in the Four Nations right now. Kettenly alongside, who loves to play enchanters to facilitate Dragdar in allowing him to be even more of a maniac. And then Beezy on top of that, who loves to pull out the Zed if he gets an opportunity. Like, every person on this team is someone you have to be worried about, either as a carry threat or someone who's going to make a carry even worse of a threat. Looking at you, Killing.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the snowball potential here is kind of the thing you have to keep an eye on here. But we do have another team to look at here with Symbol. So let's
Important
take a
to
look at the
mention.
roster.
Very important to mention, mysterious as they are, Symbol were actually the team that promoted first out of Division 2. They beat Inquick not once, but twice in Division 2 playoffs. So, despite Inkquick being the incumbent rulers, apparently, of the league, or at least the regular season, we'll see how they do when we go into best ofs. Symbol did have their number multiple times, and there's a reason to be scared of them. Virtuoso has been extremely strong in top lane.
Yes.
Wantage has had his moments. Buzzy, former Four Nations champion, played on Tempest the first split we came back. Worth pointing out, though, they have had to pull in Lucky as an emergency substitution, which means they are losing some bans as a result, which is something, of course, that, well, Inkquick aren't going to complain about.
No, and this is also specifically interesting because I think Mirai has been one of the sickest looking ADCs that we've had in the league so far. I've been really enjoying watching him play, and then all of a sudden you have to get this emergency sub in. It is going to be the 3-ban loss as well because this is a late sub who wasn't on roster, so that's the harshest ban that you can take right here. I don't know which team is going to be red or blue, but still losing all of these bans right here is really going to suck for Symbol.
Especially, as we were talking about, there are a team Inkquick that has very, very strong comfort picks. Like, are you banning? Like, well, firstly, you just don't get a first phase of bans. So,
Yeah.
Karina gets Neferi if they're blue side.
Yep.
Or Dragdar gets Ezreal. It's been banned away from him pretty much every game this split thus far. These extremely powerful picks are just free to go for.
Yeah, the Neferi is probably just one you have to look for. It's going to be in this game one way or another. I think what is kind of interesting that we kind of touched on is like Inkquick, they play so non-standard that a lot of these teams that are already in the league have to adjust to it. But we said Symbol have had their number before. They have played against Inkquick. They understand at least how Inkquick wants to play the game. And when you know the cheese, you have ways to play around it. So if there is a team that I think does have the opportunity to pull off an upset, this really is the matchup for them.
It does feel a little bit like the reason they're winning out, though, across those best of series was that Symbol play a lot more standard League of Legends. I feel like they're not going to get surprised by you too many times in a row. Inkquick feel like the sort of team that is built for best of ones, built for one series where you get to pull out your best stuff straight up, fight your opponents with it, and so far, so good. The fact they're able to beat Venom Crest is really the victory that has made me go, okay, yeah, this team is legit, this team is really here. Of course, that was with Watley in the top lane as a sub, so things were a little bit different. I think the fact that Symbol are going to be...
Is that even more impressive, though? The fact
I
that they...
I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know if that's more or less impressive for them. I think it's interesting to be able to just swap out a player and still beat what was one of our best teams and one of the most consistent teams that we've had in the UKL for a very long time.
It's funny because before last week, not the Saturday just gone, the one before, Temporal and I were talking about, oh, Venom Crest, they look insanely strong. Who can potentially deal with them? Inkquick was floated because of the fact that they are so non-standard in the way that they like to execute the game, but we still weren't sure, and then they went and pulled what they did.
Yeah, I mean...
And now we're all asking the questions. Who's the one to deal with Inkquick? Symbol, or at least the one with the historical precedent to do it.
Yeah, so you hope. Losing the bans is scary because you are just giving comfort to the team that probably thrives on comfort the most. But you do at least kind of know, okay, yeah, Neferi is going to exist in this game, right? Like, do you know what does well into Neferi? Do you have answers for it? Becomes the question. Because if you just know what your opponent is doing, that's at least a start to trying to formulate some kind of plan.
I'm sure there's some sort of passage in the Art of War about that, and maybe Symbol might need to look to that when they have such a disadvantage, like, as you said, a full, like, wrapped in a weighted blanket Inkquick that are coming into this draft.
Yeah.
Do you think that, like, specifically prioritizing taking away, like, a comfort pick, I've said, again, we're not certain who's on which side, but if Symbol's on blue, maybe, like,
blue.
first picking the Ezreal?
Yeah, Symbol do have blue side here, so they are going to have...
I feel like they
first
have to take the
pick.
Ezreal away from Dragdar, right?
And leave the Neferi open.
Yeah, I was going to say, the
Open,
Neferi is
the
also
Neferi
there.
open. Yeah.
Have you seen Dragdar's
Look,
Ezreal, though?
I'm not disagreeing with you here. I feel like picking up the Ezreal makes sense, but you are just rocking a hard place, right? We talk so very much about how in the current meta, blue side is by far and beyond the stronger side, especially at the top level. blue side is just way better. In this specific situation where you lose all 3 of your bans, it's way worse because you can only take one of the good things away right here, and you're
Yep.
going to lose at least 2 of those best-in-class pickups. And the fact that they play so non-standard overall, like, yeah, a lot of the supports are going to play the same kind of things. A lot of the ADCs also play the Ezreal, but they play so non-standard, not just in their drafts, but also in their gameplay, that even taking things away, can you play it up to the same level that your opponents can?
About to find out. We see those bans for Symbol. Again, the first rotation of bans is completely bare for them. We'll see that tick on by as the bans start to come through for in quick. Rel taken away from Buzzy. We know. In fact, Tempest's wins, a lot of them were off the back of crazy flash crash magnet storms from Buzzy looking for the angles in. He's tried to do it a few times this split as well, with varying degrees of success. A couple of times he's gone in and found like the god magnet storm and still been noped.
Yeah, now I do wonder now what you want to ban here, because it becomes really interesting whenever you have like so many bans missing, because like we've said, so many things are available. You don't want to take away too much because you still want to be able to get what you want at the end of the day. If there's going to be so many things open, leave enough for you to grab past that first pick. Might be why Quick is kind of waiting here saying, what do we want to take away? And it is going to be the Ambessa. So now Symbol is in a really tough situation. The Ezreal makes a lot of sense. Like we said, the Neferi is a good one to take away, but you do have to be comfortable playing the Neferi, and I don't know how many people have practiced that in a competitive setting.
Kittenley's Lulu is also, we were talking about, as we have said it several times, peak comfort. That is Kittenley through and through. The question is, does Karina want to burst rotation this Neferi, or perhaps even leave it open to Symbol and go, we don't actually think you want to pick it?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of other things that can work really well alongside the Lulu. This is the other thing we were thinking we might end up seeing.
BZZ!
Yeah,
Oh,
in
let's
terms
go!
of these specific
Let's
picks,
go!
the Ezreal for Dragdar, the Neferi for Karina, and the BZZ. The last time I watched this was in the Paragon Arena tournament, where he picked it every single time, and to be honest, was cracked on it. Was looking so good with this one. It's such a signature pickup, and the fact we get to see it here is so exciting.
And seeing it so early, though, means that there's plenty of time for Symbol to respond to it. Silas is currently being floated by the side of Symbol. I think you still have the opportunity to flex it around as well. I don't know if Vatusa would really feel like he wants to play that, but of course we can see how the draft develops. But lacking those bans, having very flexible picks, does somewhat recoup that loss for Symbol.
Definitely. I'm kind of curious about the Silas pick already, because we're seeing a Zed, which Silas is all right with Zed ult. It's not really the greatest, but the Lulu ult's fine. Now, Ink Quick have the ability to say, hey, there's a Silas on the board. Let's not take ultimates that he can use and abuse right now. So, Jin gonna get taken.
The question there then, that dies, is that enough to ward Karina off of taking the Neferi? Because a Silas stealing a Neferi ult, it's like the one thing that champ is missing is a straight up like long range initiation tool. You can take Deathmark, or you can take the Neferi ult. Those are both very scary, especially with a relatively immobile carry that we see locked in for Dragdar.
Yeah, it does give you a little bit more options. It does mean, hey, okay, we don't want to take anything. We don't want to take anything that's going to be just like crazy good. No Malphite, no anything like that. I'm looking at Symbol right now though and saying they've got a lot of decent skirmishing potential here. The Nico ult is there for an engage, but I wouldn't say Nico's the best in terms of using the ultimate for engage herself. She's great with that, trying to catch people, or that secondary engage, somebody else going in, and then Nico gets that opportunity to go in and ult. So I want to see what Symbol are going to go for in terms of just a straight up full on engage.
Yeah, I mean, the thing I'm also thinking about right here is, in the same sort of vein, right? We talk about the Neferi a lot for good reason. It's a very
she's banned.
good pickup for...
In the same sort of vein, she's banned.
God. In the same sort of way as we're talking about this very aggressive look, But with the composition Inkquick have got for themselves right now, if you do grab yourself with the Neferi, you're very reliant here on Kerberos having a tankier top laner to keep to keep the Jhin alive. Otherwise, your Jhin right now, yes, you've got a Lulu, but you've got no front line to be able to play around. Something like the Neferi would also go flying into the back line as well, and that just leaves your Jhin in a very tough spot to try to play out.
I think that's why we see Symbol banning the Cho'Gath. That would more than likely be the sort of thing Kerberos wants to look towards. Gwen can do a fairly similar thing. Her more recent builds, of course, not as late game hyper carry as they used to be, and is trying to incentivize her to build a bit more bruisery. That will be what is locked in. The question is, what Symbol want to throw into that? I mean, is the Sylas top still an option?
Yeah, I mean, kind of just wondering at this point where the Gwen is going to go. Gwen jungle still kind of exists. But I think one of the really, really smart things that I want to call out here is this is another champion that Sylas just can't use the ult for. Because so much of Gwen's ult damage comes from her passive applying on the ult. You're not getting that if you're using it with Sylas. So Inkquick, they are thinking quick on this and saying, what can we do to make sure this Sylas does not have options here? The Viego pickup is, again, something else that wants to just snowball, something that wants to capitalize. Yeah, but again, we need engage. We need something that can try and start this fight. And the fact that it seems like it's all going to be on the Nico does worry me.
Yeah, there's a reason that the most common pairing that we see between the Nico is between that and the Callista, because you can go throw the Nico into the backline, or the Nico can go flash into the backline, and you can yoink her back and keep her safe. Without any pairing like that, it feels like Buzzy is going to be going in on a very one-way trip, but he has to start these fights, otherwise you're relying on a miracle stun coming from somebody else right here. We'll see what the final pick is going to be. It's going to be the Mundo here. Now, is this Mundo jungle? Or
that's the interesting part. I think there is an easy argument to be made for either the Gwen or the Mundo to go into the jungle. The question is, who do you think has the better time into the Jace?
I mean, it kind of depends what you
chill
want.
Time.
Yeah,
I think you just go for chill time with the Mundo and go get aggressive with the Gwen.
I think that's probably
that also just feels more like what Karina's been doing.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we see Karina on Mundo? I think is the easier question to ask, and I don't know if I really see that. But I mean, it's just a question of like, yeah, do you want to just try and wait out the lane and be a really big, beefy, unkillable monster in the mid to late game for that top lane Mundo, or do you want to try and snowball top lane? Do you want to try and go out of control with this Gwen and then try and carry the lane from that point? I think the smarter option and the safer option is that Mundo. It's what I would expect, and it does fit the play styles of kind of what we've seen from these players as well.
So we've just been talking, Max, about perhaps the concerns we have for Symbol, the fact that they don't have true blue engaged. They're very much sort of keep you at arm's length, poke with the Ezreal, poke with the Jace, soften you up a bit, and then maybe the Sylas can find a stun or the follow-up with the Viego or the Nico. Buzzy just throws himself into the backline and hopes to find somebody. Are we having any concerns of a similar bent towards Inkquick?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right in that one. I think the difference, though, is that they're going to have a slightly easier time with BZ's Zed to just jump into the backline, right? You've got a couple of not necessarily immobile carries. Both the Sylas, the Jace, and the Ezreal have ways to be able to get you away from them or get away from you. But at the same time, the Zed has so much follow-up that it's going to be relatively easy to stay on top of them. I'm looking very specifically right here at Lucky, this brand new sub who they've just had to drag in. The reason that they weren't able to keep all of their bans, and then you're facing up against BZZ, that's a really scary position to put yourself in. But you are right, the actual straight-up long-range engage really isn't there, and I think even more than that, the non-committal engage isn't there. There's a real lack of CC that you can throw from away from you, couple slows, and there's almost none that's straight-up hard CC that you're looking for. You're very reliant with this Inkquick composition on getting yourself into a good spot in that mid-game, early mid-game. If you fall too far behind early on, this composition really struggles with just straight-up team fighting.
And perhaps straight-up team fighting is just something that neither of these teams have in mind. We're a few minutes out from game, so rather than bore you with blathering, we'll throw it to another break. But when we come back once again, we will have Luna and Harold to take you through this last game of the day. See you in a moment.
Oh, we're straight in game.
We're immediately into the game, but in a world where two one tricks get their one tricks, can they carry a team of 5 against their ex rivals? This game will tell us. Inkquick against Symbol. You have the BZZ, you have Kittenley's Lulu, and this is going to be a game you do not want to miss. Because we talk about the one tricks, on in Quick. But let's not forget that Slice got his Viego over on Symbol. And I don't know if anybody recognizes the name Slice, but it's been in the NLC circuit for a while before it got split up into regionals. And Slice is pretty damn good at Viego.
Yeah, I mean, so somehow, 5AQ managed to draft a losing top lane matchup. So, you know, it's quite weird because I don't know. You have you have the composition on the side of Symbol to take this game and run with it, honestly, because you do have the potential to just snowball and then just take the fight on better terms with Viego resets. But that is an if and when it happens, because there's so many slippery champions on the side of Int Quick. But going back into,
the game at hand.
We're going back into the game at hand, as we see here, BZ just having early trading power. Zed with the Conqueror, no Ignite. I would have expected the one time you do get your one trick, you would go for the Ignite for the flash plays. No point to take cleanse. You can't cleanse the Zed ult anymore. So
doesn't seem to want to. Seems to want to say, I can beat you even with TP. We'll see if that is the case. Looking across the map, we have mirrored pathing from the two junglers. Of course, Viego slightly quicker than the Gwen. So we see Slice already on his third camp. Well, Karina, sorry. Only just moving to her third now.
Yeah. As we see here, Virtuoso making use of the range advantage of the Jace. Okay, so you know me, Luna, but I don't think anybody really knows how much of a Jace player and Jace lover I am. This is one of my favorite matchups as the Jace. You get to bully the Mundo out early, you get to have a winning lane state. I am actually surprised Virtuoso has gone for the phase rush instead of the grasp. This is a lane where you can brawl and you do win the early trades. So, I half get the oh boy. Okay, Virtuoso. Okay. Moving on. As we see early pressure coming through from the bot lane of Symbol, you have the double range advantage. Well, yeah, it's double range on the other side as well, but one of the two ranged is a poke mage. As we see Kennedy going low, and Luki, whiffing a few skill shots in front of the Ezreal Master. And I'm not quite sure whether he's now flaming him or not, as we see here early trading in the river. Slice has the advantage of the damage.
Yeah, Viego really strong in the early stages, so we'll be able to push Karina up towards that top side. But Slice being on this bottom side really puts this bot lane in a bit of a threat. Jin, Lulu, not exactly. Karina's going to go down to Wantage. I didn't even realize that Wantage had left lane.
Ooh, BZ.
First blood going down as BZ forces the flash. It was a good combo, but it wasn't quite enough. A good flash from Wantage. Already, the Silas is on the board.
Oh, very, very good roam by Wantage, punishing Karina's greed for the Southern Scuttle. You don't have the mid lane priority, and he goes for the punish. Really good from the solo lanes of Symbol. Again, this is, I would say, the most grudge match we have in the league right now. Div 2 final rematch. It was a 3-1 for the side of Symbol. Of course, slightly different roster. They had Hunt in the mid lane, and they had the different Slice joined them for the split, so it's slightly different, but still that was a 3-1, and after that game 1 it really wasn't close. So I do think it is on the side of Int Quick, they do want to get a little bit of revenge. As we see here, finally on the side of Int Quick, their bot lane gets the wave bounce back going into the enemy turret. Stacked wave will crash maybe? Is Luki holding it?
Luki will be able to hold it for a little while longer.
As we see, just holding the wave, but it is going to. No, there's this. Yep. If in quick spot lane has to walk up to just clear it again and try and crash it. They don't want to overextend because they don't really have vision about the enemy jungler. So you are in a kind of vulnerable situation. There is still the possibility of Buzzy flashing forward, but then the grasping vines just getting that root down, and now off vision, you're stuck in a really bad situation on the side of Int Quick. Buzzy is looking for the root through the minions for the extended duration. I wonder when they will pull the trigger, because it does feel like it is soon.
Slice is just around the corner, so they could definitely. But Karina is here to cover. The bot lane calling her in, but Slice starts to walk in, and Drag Dart is trading. Sends Lucky very low. Doesn't quite find the deadly flourish, however. It was needed. Drag Dart forced to flash. Kidney dropping the heal there as well, away from that Spectral Maw.
Glitterlands almost killed Buzzy.
Did very nearly did. This bot lane, very, very low health bars, blinking even as Dragdar still stepping up. In comes the 6 for Slice, finds the stun, but the poly comes through immediately. Barrier has been popped, and Karina trying to do what they can, but Lucky finds the first kill onto Dragdar, and down goes Kittenly as well. You can take the Ezreal from the Ezreal Master and school him in what to do. Slice with a beautiful usage of the minion wave there to get to level 6 immediately. And to engage onto Dragdar, and that is Feats of Warfare completed.
Really good punish from the side of Symbol. They knew they had a timer. They didn't know about Karina, and still they win the play because Slice has the XP advantage. He has the early minions. He has the early farm. Karina was punished, was killed by Wantage in the river. To see here, Virtuoso using the Phase Rush to try and kite out, but he's going back in without the Phase Rush. I'm gonna withhold judgment. Feel like this is a matchup you can hard abuse, but you know, who am I to judge? You know, challenger professional players. So
Kittenly has moved up to this top lane though. Will walk in, find the glitter lance, but no use of that polymorph, no use of the whimsy. As Virtuoso just gets to send her straight back to the stands. She was there for all of 30 seconds, and immediately has to reset. So many traps.
yeah, I mean, you kind of have to use the Jhin like this. And look at Dragdar. He's chilling in middle of the lane. Like, he has to give up CS because he doesn't have the information. Karina is on the top side, not ready to cover. You need this Gwen to farm up. Gwen is a super strong champion. Scales really well. Does a hell of a lot of damage. Had to quickly change vocabulary. Ah!
There was a dive on the bot side. Down goes Dragdar. It's the third kill for Lucky. Kittenly trying to get something back, forcing the flash out of this Ezreal. The route goes wide. Still looking.
He's looking
quite aptly for the name.
Forward. As you see here, Karina securing the grubs. Again, this Gwen needs time. Gwen needs items. Viego doesn't. Viego will just deal damage. Viego has an insanely overloaded kit. This champion is not fair.
Karina is hovering around this mid lane now, though. Wantage, if going aggressive, could get caught out. Abductor lands onto a minion. Smite comes down to get the slow. In comes the needlework. The Z ult is used onto Karina. Karina looking for one more. Zed is going to take it. The first kill of the game for this Zed, and it looks oh so scary. We have a surprise for you at home, ladies and gentlemen, but never mind. It's going to have to wait as Wantage is invading. Oh, sorry. Slice is invading onto Karina. This one going oh so low. The root lands, but it does not matter. The Heartbreaker slams down and cuts Karina's life short. In the downtime.
Heartbreaker early damage is... Maybe? Soon. But as we see here, Slice is keeping up the invade. He has the tempo. He has the advantage on the side of the map. He has the bot lane pushed up. He can do this. This is Symbol choking out the possible win cons coming through from the side.
Ooh, Ezreal tags onto Kittenly and forcing the flash. Buzzy doing what he can. I thought Dragdar was the Ezreal main. Have I got this right? Have I got this turned round? These skill shots are lethal from Lucky.
Lucky is playing really well, but as we see here, BZ has completed the first item in the lane. He has the potential to now look for the outplay. As we see here, the first Drake will go down at 10 minutes. There is only a 2k gold lead for Symbol, but it is a very good early 2k gold lead. It is a good lead on your jungler, the Viego. If the Viego gets rolling, he can take over the game. We saw it in the first game of today. You know, not to toot my own horn, but still. But a Viego that gets a lead is a Viego that is very, very difficult to deal with later on in the game. Because then he can just keep running at you. But as we see here, Karina is looking to punish Virtuoso on the top side, but there is vision. Virtuoso has the space, he has the phase rush to just deny the chase.
Not only that, Kerberos forced to use that maximum dosage.
Virtuoso's getting early poke in, using the fact that the Mundo's early laning is not his strongest suit. Mundo, very, very strong Juggernaut, very strong later on in the game. Early on, Mundo doesn't really do much.
Yeah. However, Eclipse already completed for this Zed. 10 minutes into the game. Nash is completed for Karina as well.
Yeah, on the other side, there's two Trinity's forces.
Two Trinity forces on the other side.
That is one hell of a damage spike coming through from the side of Simple. But as you see here, the game tempo is stabilizing a little bit. The first streak has gone down. There is the next one in 4 minutes. I would assume second spawn of Grubs is about to appear soon. But as we see here, Virtuoso and Kerberos fighting in the top side. Virtuoso didn't commit for the kill.
One thing to play it safe is Karina gonna get spotted by that True Shot Barrage, I'd wager. Just sitting behind, providing cover. A Slice is towards this mid lane, clearing vision. As BZ goes flying in comes the ultimate. Shurikens go wide. E does tag. One more auto doesn't quite do it. One more auto forces the flash. If this Shuriken lands, and it does, BZ finds the solo kill onto Slice.
Oh boy, you let the one tricks have their fun, and it's not gonna be fun for you. BZ finds the execution. The death mark finds its target.
Deathmark did indeed find its target. The Shuriken, just enough range to cut Slice down to size. And the question is, will BZ continue this rampage? Doing a damn good job of it so far. One could even say that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, you could say, look at the moves. Man, we're bringing up every single one today, but I feel like the match calls for it. A little bit of silly, a little bit of classics. As you see here, Karina getting bullied out of the river early on. This Gwen has completed the Nashers, a lot of early damage, but you cannot cut it. Oh,
we see Karina being invaded on by Slice and Buzzy here. Forced back, forces the Ghost.
That is Heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker was used.
He used the Heartbreaker to engage. Oh, hello, BZ.
Trying to trade onto BZ again. The ultimate not quite back up yet, but that Eclipse proc plus the low health damage on the passive so strong. Trying to secure this grub. The smite is available for Slice, so this could just be 3 grubs apiece. That it will be, but Kittenly, BZ, and Kerberos are all here and deleted his Buzzy in a second. BZ. That is criminal.
Oh boy, this champion. Oh my god, I hate playing against it, but it's so fun to watch. A good Zed.
Slice.
Good show of the day.
And Wantage find onto Karina, but BZ has reappeared. Slice what we can. Deathmark goes down. Shurikens are next on this. Heartbreaker comes in. BZ not able to find a way back to the shadow. Looking onto Kittenly. Kerberos trying to kill Virtuoso on the other side. Will succeed. Kittenly's running for the hills. Glitterlance lands, but it does not matter. Slice is tearing Quick apart, making them live up to their name. Left, right, and center. Now Kerberos next on this list. Wantage is in the wings as well. Slice taking a lot of damage to this Heartsteel. The healing coming out of Kerberos is insane, but with no maximum dosage. Wantage goes on a killing spree, and it's 9-4 and a 3,000 gold lead to Symbol.
Yeah, but you don't get it. Heartsteel stack. Clank. We win those. But yeah, not really good collapse on the side of Symbol. They punish the over-aggression. Yes, you get the clean one-shot on the Nico without using the death mark. You can keep the fight going. Can you fight in the choke, though, against the Zed, against the Viego, against the Silas? There's so much damage coming through into the little area that it just becomes nigh on impossible to come out of it alive. BZ almost pulls out the miracle, but it's not quite enough. What a fun game.
Yeah. This game is proving to be very, very entertaining, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm glad to, we are glad to be able to bring it to you. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. We'll see which of our teams gets first move to it. Looks like it is just going to be ignored for now. Karina moving on to that top side. If Slice wants this, it is all his. as she looks towards her chicken. Slice moving towards this mid lane as Dragdart and Kittenly just try and clear waves as effectively as possible.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting to that point in the game where everybody seems to be on that one item, but you do have these Fed members on the side of Symbol that are reaching their 2-item spike. Ezreal 2-item spike, very dangerous. But that mana needs to be stacked to really be super threatening. And at currently 180 stacks, halfway through the stacking, a bit late, no?
Yeah, a little bit. I'd imagine the tier was picked up a bit late. It's Karina looking onto Virtuoso. Needlework was used. Second fire goes wide. Third lands, but Karina, no way of catching onto this Jace. The Ghost still on cooldown. The Dragon went across to Symbol in the meantime. Lucky trading onto Dragdart in the mid lane. Everything is starting to come up blue. Symbol doing everything and anything in their power to make sure Inkquick don't get an inch. Because if they get one, they'll take a mile.
Yeah, I mean, this composition on the side of Inkquick, you do definitely have the potential to just turn it around. You don't necessarily, if you don't like bleed out excessively going through the game, you are still going to have a lot of good scaling. And on the side of Symbol, at one point your composition does run out of gas. Because you do have a lot of the strong early game. You have a lot of the strong early laning. You have the Jace, you have the Sylas, you have the Viego, you have the Ezreal. But Ezreal gets outscaled by Jhin. Mundo outscales everything on the map. And Gwen is disgusting. Quite honestly. So, it's a question of whether Symbol can choke out and close out the game in an orderly fashion before Inkquick just buy enough time to make the game unplayable. See Karina in the river just picking up a little farm. They might try and force down this turret as too. Feats have already gone down for the side of the Symbol. As you would expect with a dominant of an early game, they have the pressure, but as we see here, Karina and BZ just making sure that they do trade up on the map with the objective going down. Vantage is there to catch the wave. Not much else to do, really. You don't really want to fight the Zed again. He has completed that Voltaic Cyclosword. His trading pattern now is going to be even more obnoxious.
Certainly will be. We'll see just where we go from here. No objective up for another couple of minutes. But that has not stopped teams in the past. That's not stopped these teams in the past. So that's was saying, Inkquick, they like to play a bit more chaotic. So if they find an angle, you best believe they're going to take it. And with 5 members strong on this top side, they could indeed be looking as Slice looks for some level of invade. Kerberos just covering Karina.
I'm actually quite surprised, looking back at the draft, that we didn't see a Nafiri come through. Because Kerberos is no stranger to playing almost any, if not all, top lane champions, except the regular ones. So, we could have seen a Kayle, we could have seen something like the Shurelius Cho'Gath come through even, but...
Cho'Gath was banned, I believe. We are seeing 3 members strong for the side of Symbol here, up towards this top lane tower. Kittenly and Karina are hovering in the area.
Yeah, but Mundo stands on business. Supporting local communities, keeping towers up.
Organization.
Oh man, I know somebody who would really need his help right now, but we don't comment on such things here. We just comment on Mundo go make stock go up.
Indeed, he do. A Slice now looking. This dive could come in as 4 members strong for Symbol in this top lane. They really want this tower. Karina's waiting in the wings. Kittenly here as well. Dragdar moving up. Teleport in from BZ as this fight comes into full swing. Kerberos is running at Buzzy, and damn! Does the Heartsteel do work? Karina's ghosting forwards. BZ finds Buzzy before the Pop Blossom can go off. Slice next on the list to BZ. Vantage running for the hills will fall to Karina. Lucky can only look as his team falls before his eyes. Virtuoso polymorphed on arrival. Down goes Karina to Virtuoso. Down goes Virtuoso to Kittenly. And it's a 4-for-1 in favor of Inkquick. And the chaos has been found. Harold, the chaos has been found. And Inkquick thrive without their AD carry.
Oh boy. And this is exactly, this is exactly what I thought that was going to be the issue coming through for Symbol. If you give this composition an inch, they will take a mile. Kerberos, happy to tank the tower to just take it away. He is Mundo, and Mundo is Mundo. So he will just slam the tower with a briefcase, take a second turret. He has the Warmogs completed, so he could stay in lane, He doesn't really have a need to go back to base. But he will reset anyway. He will buy items, I would assume. But already having that HP breakpoint for the Mundo is very, very major. He is going towards, I would assume, that Titanic Hydra for the second auto reset coming through in the fighting. But as we see here, second items completed for most everyone on the map. Dragdar went for lethality first and into Zeal item.
Intriguing. Looking onto this dragon for Int Quick. They want to try and stop the dragon stacking in its tracks. Curtain has been called for Dragdar to push Symbol away. With laser precision lands those shots.
Oh boy, oh boy. I am just looking at something, and this is an Infernal Soul. And there's a Zed Gwen.
Yeah.
And a Jhin.
Gwen. Yeah, and Jhin. Kerberos, Karina, both up towards this topside slice. Looking onto this Gwen, as is Wantage. With that stolen maximum dotage, Wantage goes flying it in. Doesn't use the abduct as the heart still goes over to Kerberos. Kittenly is in the area.
In quick windows, mostly because Conk.
Conk.
I am going more towards. I have to say I wasn't a big fan of Heartsteel, but ever so slowly I have been going down more of the brain rot Conk memes, and it is very funny. Just Conk.
3 items completed for BZ.
Yep. That is one strong Master of the Shadows. Level 14 going towards that level 16, which means that Deathmark would be at its full power. Can Wantage win this? He does not have anti-heal, and that is level 14. Oh! Okay! Kerberos, BZ and Karina just kill.
They do. BZ has to jump to the shadow. Karina left on her own. Heartbreaker breaks her into. Kerberos is here in the middle of everybody. BZ finds the way to ult, but will fall to slice. Kittenly is next on the list. Flashing away from the Heartbreaker. Kerberos is here. The AD carries are entering from mid lane. Kerberos, the maximum dose, is doing everything it can to keep him alive, but I believe there's an anti-heal on the other side. Down goes Kerberos. Kittenly and Dragdar have to run for the hills as Slice is looking, wanting, waiting, sniping from Lucky.
Yeah, good collapse coming through from the side of Symbol. They will get themselves the Ravenous? No. Ruinous attack. I keep forgetting, but it is going. No, it's Ruinous, not Voracious. So, but now they split. We will have only one attack, from tomorrow, I believe. So, yes, that does change a little bit, but. As we see here, the game is relatively even still. The gold lead has actually gone a little bit towards the end quick. It was a 3k gold lead at the 10-minute mark. It is now a 1k gold lead for Symbol at 24 minutes. And at gold even, just the champions on the side of Intquit will just be better. They will just outvalue yours, unless you can get the first Viego reset. That is the major condition for you taking any team fight in this game. If you can get that first reset, then it becomes 10 times as easy to deal with the team fighting, because then you get their kit, their champions. Quite simply. It's just becoming slowly even more difficult for Slice and Wantage to find the pick. They have been this assassin duo going in, trying to find the pick, trying to get the resets going. But one of the major things now that happens with the Ruinous Atacam going down is the XP differential on the map. As we see, Wantage, level 16, Roa, fully proc, will Slice, level 15, about to hit that level 16, assume he's relatively close. And on the side of In Quick, there's nobody going over that level 15 for now. You're kind of stuck in a bad situation where you don't really want to fight the level 16 Silas, because you can take 2 ults in one fight.
Time will tell. But Dragdar and Kittenly being collapsed on, they have to run out downwards. Flash forwards from someone's dragged dart, gets soloed by Lucky. Kittenly will fall to Buzzy. Karina's looking for something, anything, finds the AD carry, but may give her life in return. BZ has arrived, looking for somebody, has to use the death mark, has to flash away, manages to dodge the pop blossom, but it might not be enough. He's jumping around this fight left, right, and center, but half health execution from Slice. Goodbye to the entirety of Quick. The Baron is on the cards for Symbol, and Kerberos can do nothing but look on from the sidelines.
Well, that is the big threat that comes through from Symbol composition. We saw it happen as I was narrating the possible win condition. It's the uneven fight. It's finding the immediate reset. It's fighting in a situation where you already have somebody down. Kerberos. Okay, Kerberos? Oh boy, you're not level 16. The maximum dose is just not as strong as you think it is. And the businessman has defaulted. He has fallen by the tower. There's nothing really to do.
He's given up, his stocks are crashed.
Oh man, he invested too much in Blockbuster.
Invested too much in BZ Buster. Kittenly gonna get jumped on by Slice here. Half health already, but I believe the ultimate was used as Karina is here to dissuade. But this Lulu, oh so squishy. Being caught out left, right, and center. Lucky. Just trying to be annoying. Forced to use the smite. This dragon's up and available. It will be soul point for Symbol, and there's not much that Inkquick can do to try and pull it back in their favor.
As the Infernal Dragon soul point is secured for Symbol, on the side of Inkquick, you do have to just back off. You cannot really look for anything proactive right now. You don't have your big tank on the map. He is now going back to a lane. But look at the map. There's nobody on this bot lane, but they're just trying to collapse on Virtuoso.
Yeah, they are, and they're not even able to find it. No Ghost available for Karina as their bot lane. Tier 2 falls. Kerberos and Kittenly here to try and stop it. Buzzy's looking, Wantage is looking, and this tower is falling oh so fast. Drag Dart and Karina both resetting. BZ already here.
Slice is looking.
Karina,
whoa!
looking. Kerberos walking in, polymorph onto Slice, already half health. Curtain gets opened, block one by the clone. Second one tags, third one tags, last one tags, but the damage just doesn't exist coming out of Dragdar. He was healing them with those shots. The curtain was more like a nice little band-aid.
Well, look at his items. He doesn't really have a true damage item. He has an RFC. He has a Yomu's Ghostblade. He has a no quiver. Where is the Jin damage? Dragdar, we did Hearthstone this guy so much because he's had so many great performances this split already. He's had a 1.4k DPM game on of arrows. He's beaten the Invincibles, Venom Crest. They've taken them down. And in this game, it feels like he... Does he just play so much Ezreal, but he doesn't know how to play against it?
It feels like he's invisible. It feels like he's picked the Jhin and has not really used it at all.
Well, hold on now, big boss. It's not quite over yet.
True.
For those who caught the reference, I appreciate you. But as we see here, the advantage is now snowballing. We were talking about a 1k gold lead at 24 minutes. It is now 28 minutes, and that is a 6k gold lead for Symbol.
Deathmark used onto Slice by BZ. Does manage to almost one-shot him. The double Lulu ult's being used. Karina trying to slice Wantage down to side, or snip Wantage down to side, if you will. Objective apparently claimed on the bot side, as that is tier 2 for tier 2. Kerberos doing what he can. Wantage and Slice both resetting. Kerberos is still going. Completed. Buzzy's resetting as well. Karina looking to cancel, does find it. Slice
needs to be careful because Kerberos can one-shot him.
Certainly does. Coldbreaker completed for this Mundo. They are looking to play through this side lane. And BZ is getting very scary already at a point where he can nearly one-shot Slice.
If he gets the combo down, yes, but Slice has been...
I mean, if the stolen Wild Growth didn't come in, he did one-shot him.
So close. Yeah, he's so close yet so far, it feels like.
Yeah.
There's still so much available on the side of Symbol to just make the game go in their favor. Like, that is a 4-item Ezreal. We haven't talked about Luki as much this game, beyond that early game prowess in the lane, but that is a 4-item completed Ezreal. We're talking about how the Jhin does outscale the composition. We will end up dealing more damage. As we see here, Slice might be caught.
Quest may indeed be caught. Krobos and Krina doing what they can, but Wantage stealing that masculine dosage does lead to Scary. Buzzy finds a flash engage onto Karina, but the stopwatch will buy some time. But Kerberos is just deleted. Karina next on the list. And it looked like a catch for Ink Quick. And they just couldn't translate it. BZ resetting on that top side. But with everybody barreling down this bottom lane, Dragdar, Kitney, and BZ, they have to try and pick at least 3 people off as the curtain is opened. One blocked by the clone, one misses, one tags Ratuso, the other misses.
Clears the wave,
These
though.
towers are going down so fast. Deathmark used, but immediately stunned and blown sky high. Kitney goes down. Dragdar is left on his own. His base in tatters. And Symbol came as first from Division 2. And they're looking to knock Ink Quick down a peg. They take the game from a current top.
What a game. What a statement game from Symbol. It just felt like... I don't know. You have the advantage of finally getting some of your one tricks that you haven't been able to pick up at all during the tournament, because I'm pretty sure BZZ has been banned throughout the tournament. The one time Ezreal wasn't banned, it was picked away from Dragdar. It happens again this game because they don't have the side advantage. They don't have the blue side. And then it just felt like it was so disjointed. The Nafiri was open and you opt for the Gwen, who has been toned down in terms of power. The Nafiri is still very strong. Karina has had some pop-off performances. I don't know. It felt like on the side of Ink Quick, you just ran out of gas. At one point, you had the fancy outplays, you had the early game, you had the pop-off, and then Slice was there every single time to just punish every single greed, in every single overextension. It did feel like Ink Quick were getting choked out of the game. And then they had one good team fight. Very good. And the top side. They fought front to back. They bought time. They used cooldowns. And Symbol didn't know what to do. And then we fell back into these traps of just trying to win through side lanes. You don't win the side lane anymore. There's so much collapse, there's so much mobility coming through for the side of Symbol, you don't get the luxury of winning through the side lane this game. It is a great win from Symbol. We don't have any more undefeated teams to split, first of all. There needs to be more put into this in Quick. This is a very good game for them to look at and think, we are not undefeatable. We are not, this is not Division 2.
Yeah, absolutely the case. Definitely fell at this hurdle today. It looked like they were a little bit lost. They got a little bit too lost in the source and what they were looking to do with this draft, and ultimately it came and bit them in the backside. But nonetheless, congratulations to Symbol for finally getting rid of that last undefeated team of Division. This very, very nicely done, and I'll be interested to see just how this continues and a new side of Ink Quick come in. That will do it for myself and Harold today. It has been an absolute pleasure bringing these games to you. We are going to throw back to Brackish and our analysts to break down that game. So don't go anywhere. You really don't want to miss this one.
Bye-bye.
3 times. 3 times. Twice in Division 2 playoffs, and now in Division 1. Symbol serving up a slice of humble pie to Int Quick. They may have been behind earlier, but as soon as they had the advantage, they didn't let it go, and they closed it out with aplomb. Symbol delete the last win defeatless team in Division 1. Yes, I deserved that. Max, how did it happen?
Then pick Warwick. Simple as that, right? Pick Warwick, win. Don't pick Warwick, lose. I wish it was that
This
simple.
post was brought to you by the Warwick gang.
No. How does it work? Well, apparently one tricks maybe aren't as strong as we thought, at least not when you build them into a team composition that isn't, right? We had questions around this team comp that we were seeing here out of Ink Quick. It felt like they built it around a couple of people's favorite things. Oh, my favorite thing is Lulu. We'll pick that. My favorite thing is Zed. We'll grab that one. And then we're trying to build the rest of the pieces around it, and ended up with a composition with so little CC that your ADC, Deadly Flourish, which isn't even always CC, was one of the best lockdown tools you had available to you. And then beyond that, it's not even like Ink Quick particularly were able to play out the composition well. without CC, it's always tricky to play these sorts of fights, but there were so many fights I saw where, right there, Kerberos is so strong at the point at which these fights are happening, and you are fighting while he is so far away from you right now that he is doing a Yorick cosplay. It just wasn't the cleanest game from start to finish.
And also, in many of the situations, like, yes, Kerberos was huge, but when you put him in front of Slice, who is purpose-built to not give a damn how much health the person put in front of him has, like, even Kerberos was getting burst in a matter of seconds. You're dead. How's it?
Gracious. I apologize. To me, the biggest thing that really does change these two compositions in terms of fighting each other, they both want to do similar things. They want to bash heads and they want to outskirmish each other. So you're gonna see blood. Who really thrives in that? It's Viego. Viego, somebody dies, you trade somebody, Viego gets a reset. That continues. There's no CC to stop him. There's no, disengage opportunities. There's no ability to catch him out. It's just bash heads, blood will spill, and Viego will inevitably get to do what he does best. And I think that pick really did shape things for this game.
Very much feels that way. And the question now is, well, you've not got pride to hold on to anymore in Quick. And as the adage goes, you learn far more from defeat than from victory. So hopefully a sit down, around the fire with a hot chocolate or whatever you need to make you feel better, run through the VOD, figure out what went wrong, and come back all the stronger. Because this is a team that, as I said, we were looking at this team as somebody who could beat Venom Crest, but we weren't sure about, which already shows that there are angles to play them at their own game, or force them into a situation, or, entice them into a situation where they go, ooh, piece of candy, pick Zed.
Yep. And again for the Lulu, and again and again. Yeah, the composition overall it did not work out. At the same time, though, I'm kind of not mad about it. Yes, I really like Inkquick. I've very much been enjoying watching them play. I've been very sad that they've been on a couple of the off-stream games because they're such a fun squad to watch. But at the same time, last year with Venom Crest was kind of miserable. Not for Venom Crest, they were having a great time, but it's no fun in a league where you've got one team who's just on top the entire time. Venom Crest last split literally didn't drop a single game. The fact we've now already, only 3 weeks into this split, dropped all of our teams down to at least one loss makes this so much more interesting. It now means there's going to be a real brawl for the top of the table for seeing who's going to be getting into playoffs, who's going to be what seed. It's just so exciting, and it makes this league so much more fun.
Yeah, Venom Crest and Inkquick now sitting at 4-1. Plenty of teams trying to claw up the spaces beneath them as well. As you say, the league maybe gotten just that little bit more interesting tonight, and we've still got plenty more games to come before the end of the regular season is even resolved. Obviously, more coming up this Thursday. That is going to do it for us. However, I've been Brash Brett with fantastic Thousand Eyes and Bloxer on the desk. I was going to thank Luna and Harold, but they thanked themselves mostly, so, we'll leave them to it. Massive thanks to Casual QT, Zoe, for doing production as always. And we will see you, as I said, on Thursday for some more fantastic Four Nations action.